let's get right back into it. More Hildibrand. That's mostly what we're going to be doing today. I may take breaks from doing Hildibrand in order to do stuff from post Endwalker, but mostly Hildibrand. However, we are going to start with not Hildibrand. But it shouldn't take long. We are going to start... That's so Anden. I do not remember there being a sheep quest giver here, so I wonder if that's the custom delivery that got added. That must be the custom delivery that got added, right? Hey, Quizzled, how you doing? Lally-ho, your friendly Kryle is here. Good to have you. Good to have you. Could it be safekeeping? I have all the Gweebers. Which, you know, that sounds like a condition, but I have all of the Gweebers. Hold on. Is that... Did we never do... Did we never do the Master Role quests for Shadowbringers? Really? I fucked up. Really? I am confused. Turns out that I also didn't need to be here for this for the quest I was actually going for. I need to be in blocks. But okay, apparently there's something else that I need to do. How did I miss that? Whoops. But yes, it's the War Machina Fanatic that we need to speak with. Ah, yes, the Landawaf. Such beauty. Such power. A true masterpiece in motion. Yes. Oh, greetings. We weren't expecting... Well, seeing as you are here now, I should take advantage of my good fortune. Yes. It flew right above me several days ago, you see, and I haven't stopped thinking about it since. It being a shiny, black dragon. Not one of those Dravanian beasts, you understand, and I'm fairly certain, at least 95%, that it wasn't the primal Bahamut. Before you ask, then what was it? Well, that's exactly what I'd like you to find out. I do have a working theory, of course. It was only in view for a few moments, but I definitely saw flames shooting out from behind when the dragon accelerated, which was obviously some method of propulsion wherein an ignited fuel source was directed through an exhaust system to provide additional thrust, thereby... Oh, was I babbling again? I seem to make a habit of it. Anyway, my point is that this was no living, breathing creature. I was witness to a mechanical creation, a worm machina, if you will. I just had to know more. Even as my mind screamed, "What in Sid's spare parts drawer is that?" my hand moved on pure instinct, grabbing a signal emitter and hurling it at the thing's gleaming underbelly. I must have lodged it in between the scales or something, because my instruments now show a reading to the northwest of here at an extremely high altitude. Are you saying Azizlar? Exactly, there's no other possibility, unless you're aware of some other floating fortress in the Sea of Clouds. Please, the next time your travels take you up there, I'd consider it a personal favour if you could track down that mechanical marvel. It was just so incredibly well made. Okay, and it's next to the Helix. This will be easy then. I am actually annoyed at myself. I'm actually annoyed at myself for missing the Master Role quests for Shadowbringers. We might do those today as well, then. And lo, once more do our paths cross, O Tamer of Legends. Are you perchance in the midst of some great adventure? Sup, minstrel? And you heard this from an ironworks engineer? How miraculous! A fellow traveller shared with me the legend of a mechanical dragon, strikingly similar to the one which you describe, and the tale perforce led me here. Its name, I am told, is Landawa, an exquisite artifice of ancient Alleg. It was roamed the skies for years uncounted, searching for a master worthy of its onyx wings. According to the lore as it is written, Landawaf will not submit to any but she who commands a multitude of Gweebers. Alas, I can lay claim to no such authority, but mayhap you can. You have 7 such entities at your beck and call. Why, I could pen an epic ballad based on that feat alone. Yes, I must yield unto you the flute, which the traveller yielded unto me. Should a worthy master blow into this fated instrument, 'tis said to emit a shrill mechanical note, a summons Landawoff is unable to deny. Take yourself now to the heart of Azizlar, and make that flute sing. I sense the flagship is where a new bond shall be forged and a new chapter in your saga begun. I've gotten a lot of mounts the last couple of days. Not that I'm complaining. It'll be a good thing to get the role quest Shadowbringers before continuing with MSQ. Yeah, I'll do it. I've done the ones for Endwalker. That's the thing. I'm just annoyed that I somehow missed the master ones for Shadowbringers, so now I'm gonna have to go back. But it's fine. How long do they take? Oh, there's only 2 quests. My game just crashed. Okay. There's only 2 quests. Oh no, what it is I've already done one. But there was a second quest. And it was the second quest that I missed. Ah. Wait, but does that then unlock another quest? No. Okay, yeah. So I think I just have the one. I just have safekeeping. I don't have the hero's... Not the hero's journey. Why is there a next quest? Oh no. There is another quest line. There's a whole other quest line? Fuck! The dragon is too powerful. Let's try again. Okay, this is looking better. It is a pretty cool dragon. It's basically Mecha Bahamut. A truly mesmerizing plateau. Down through the endless halls of history is Landawaf flown, hunting from horizon to horizon for a single soul full of bright promise. And now has this unrivaled creation at long last found its master. 'Tis under your steady hand that it has chosen to serve. Here, in this place, have 9 shining lights come together across boundaries unimaginable, as if some great will commanded your convergence. The drake of darkened steel, countless centuries endured, a meeting long desired, yet its certainty obscured. Beyond the veil of time and space, a champion awaited. This brilliant soul illumined the night, a guide to bond fated. Forgive me, it seems that verses tumble from my lips unbidden whenever I'm in your presence. I shall call this new composition The Shadowmaker and the Dragon Maid. Truly, no matter how many words I sing, they can never encompass the enormity of your accomplishments. Not content with taming a legendary auspice, you go on to master this ancient wonder. I tremble in anticipation of the stories you shall create together. May your fantastical steed bear you toward new and ever greater adventure. And worry not for your engineer friend. I shall personally, and lyrically, inform him of the spectacle which took place here. So what music does Landawaf have? Because it doesn't look like it should be the generic music that the other ones have. Okay. Wait, it can sit 2 people? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. So is this potentially the first 2-seater that a player could get? Because the Regalia is an event So you could not get it. I'm just trying to think what other two-seaters I have that aren't like cash shop. Or that I didn't spend a shit ton of MGP to get. But yeah, I think that's the first multiple seat that I've gotten that hasn't been linked to an event or doing like a considerable amount of optional content. Huh. But it is the generic background music, which is fine, just slightly disappointing. Let's go and do the circling back to do the Shadowbringers Void questline, as I somehow missed it. First in-game two-seater that doesn't require cash in any form, you think? Well, when was Blackjack added? Because I know that Blackjack requires 4 million MGP, but you could potentially get that sooner. But it's the only one that you haven't had to trade any kind of currency for. If that's what you mean by cash. Yeah, that was pretty weak. That... I misplaced that, and yet somehow it didn't punish me? There is also the mentor mount, yeah. Although, it will probably take longer to get the mentor mount than it would to do the extremes. Unless, I suppose, unless you did it and got the mentor mount prior to Shadowbringers. Sweet. Just because I could. Let's do it. If it isn't after loitering about the stairs just like any old evening. And here I was worried that you'd gone back to your word. And here I was worried that you'd gone back to your world for good, and I was too late. It's just I've been thinking about the crystals belonging to the Warriors of Light. I hear they ended up with you after you lot defeated the Virtues. I assume you have Ardberts as well? Indeed. That does seem appropriate. His bond with Sito is deep and enduring. As for the others, I had hoped you might be persuaded to leave them in my care. It was only right that they, like Ardbert, should accompany you on your journey to set this world back on its proper course. Yet you now have a home you must return to, while the first is theirs. After all they did to keep it safe, they deserve to be here to see what its future holds. Oh, don't make that face. I know it's a big decision, but it needn't fall entirely to you. There are others here who care for the Warriors of Light as much as you do, aren't there? Now that's some damn fine ale. How many should I order for you? I know you ain't much of a drinker, so 6? 7? What? You want out deciding the fate of Lamet's crystal? And the others too? Does this place have any bigger tankards? Well, if you insist, Lyrique owes me a drink. Well, owes me drinks, plural. So I'll make sure he joins us. Maybe find Granson while I'm at it. You go on and wait with Serig and Taina. Order a round while I'm out, would you? Good to see you. What did you say that has Giot so worked up? Crystals, eh? It does sound like a conversation worth getting everyone together for. Did Lyrique really promise to pay for Giot's drinks? That's a disaster in the making. Not just hers, rounds for the lot of us. Might be that the lad yet has a few things to learn about coin and the scarcity thereof. Still, I'll not turn down his generosity. Go tell the barkeep we'll be needing food and ale for the table. Fine, but please try to exercise some restraint. I'll not carry you back to the room again. Here we are. How much of a head start did you get? Should I ask him to bring out the cask? I reckon we should hear After out first. So, you're telling me that the barmaid was one of Nielbert's companions, not to mention the Shadowkeeper? And from a different world? That's laying it on a bit thick. It certainly raises questions. Quite. Such as how she retains her youthful visage. Not that. I had my suspicions about her. The other night I was at the counter quaffing my ale, having a grand time, and next I realise I'm outside without a gill to my name. And it ain't the first time. Could only be the power of the Shadowkeeper. And not that you drink enough to fell a small army? If After says it's true, I'm inclined to believe it, which leaves us with the matter of entrusting the crystals to her. She's right that this was Brandon's home, the others too, and it's home to their most important memories. Not all of them good, maybe, but everyone they loved is laid to rest here. I agree. Nielbert belongs here. Ardbert's crystals with Sito in this world. Lamet would want to be near. Brenda Ray as well, I think. She'd want to be with her friends, in the place that she loved. It seems we all agree. A toast, then, to the warriors of light. To the warriors of light. Drink up. I'm paying, and as bounty hunters, I expect you all to take proper advantage of that. I hate to disappoint, but I'm not much for alcohol. This juice looks nice, though. That's not... That was wine, wasn't it? How did you manage this? Twice the mess in half the time as normal patrons, I swear. I overheard your conversation, by the way. Do you agree with your friend? These crystals are yours, Storykeeper. Their legacies are safe with me. You have my word. Thank you. Shiny! Where? I can feel them. Their memories. Inside me. Sorry, what were we talking about? Why? Why, damn it? You're all just like Ardbert. I betrayed you, I manipulated you, and still... You thought of me as a comrade, a friend, until the very end. We finally managed to clean up after you lot, for the most part. Perhaps next time we should set down a tarpaulin. Nevertheless, I'm grateful to you for entrusting these to us. To me. And as long as I live, I'll never stop sharing the true tale of the Warriors of Light. Of my friends. Seeing the lot of you together like that, it reminds me of the old days. Ardbert and the rest, drinking and bickering and laughing. Drove each other half mad at times, but there was never any question as who'd be there when times got tough. Can't help but wonder, can I? If I'd had companions like that back home, could it have been saved? I'm not the only one who tried, though. Each of us stood alone. There was Unukalhai. We've met. He was working with Elidibus at the time. Yes, he too was one would-be saviour of the 13th, and was spared his fate demise by Ascian devices. We spoke once, after the destruction of our world. If the others could be saved, we thought, we yet had parts to play. What he's up to now that Elidibus is gone, though, I have no idea. Has he found himself a new role, as I have? Does he feel as adrift as we were back then? If you encounter him in the Source, I ask you help him find a way forward, just as you've helped all of us here. So, Unukalhai was the one that gave the optional trials for Heavensward. For like Sophia and Sephiroth and stuff. Eureka Orthos. Hey, Tataru. Not here for you. Well met, After. What brings you here today? Urianger did apprise me of your travels in the first, and of what became of Elidibus at long last. I was not aware that you were working with Silva. I consider her a comrade of sorts, though our time together was short. Looking upon the twisted remains of the world you tried to save creates a bond that few can understand. At that time, we spoke of what we could hope to achieve with our newfound immortality, and of our regrets. Though I then believed what had happened to be the natural result of my age and inexperience, Now think this was merely the least painful explanation I could offer myself. Silver is right. We ought to have sought each other out before it was too late. Would not make the same mistake again. With the warring triad gone, I am indeed in need of new purpose. But to seek it alone is folly. I should like to speak with Silver, assuming such a thing is possible. As I mentioned, she understands how I feel more than any other. Of course, all I require is your soul. You speak of the spirit vessel, correct? The means by which the scions return to the source. If I understand the principles at work correctly, then it was a near miracle that you succeeded in bringing them back without killing them. If Elidibus is to be believed, however, my current state makes me something of an exception in the matters of life and death. In which case, there's naught to be lost from making the attempt. Please, say you'll help. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. We need an expert in spirit vessels. Graha! Come forth! Oh. No? Pray, forgive the delay. Thou didst seek my counsel? Aye, the gifts granted young Unukalhai by Hydaelyn and the Ascians may prove a boon in easing the transition. However, I know not to what extent, nor what might befall thy spirit should it be lost betwixt worlds. Nevertheless, I know this is my path forward. Please, Urianger. Very well. If thou believest that thou shalt find new purpose in the first, I will do all in my power to see thee safely there. We shall be but a few moments. Mayhap a worthy tome might keep thee occupied whilst I perform the necessary magics? 'Tis done. Pray, guard his vessel well. Unukalhai is as I and the other scions were on the first, a soul without form, yet no true body. Thus 'twas a simple matter to transfer him to the vessel using the self-same process as before. To withdraw his essence once across the rift ought to prove similarly straightforward, however. I fear that such an existence cannot sustain itself indefinitely. Look to the Ascians' example. Their persistent use of flesh and blood vessels surely hath cause. Be it danger akin to that which would have befallen us had we not returned to the source, I know not, but the time may come when the boy requireth a fully corporeal form. Should this come to pass, I trust that thou shalt come to his aid. Interesting. For the moment, however, thou needst only convey the spirit vessel to Beklug. Farewell, both of thee. I mean, I know that this isn't a blue quest. I'm not unlocking anything from doing this, but given that I had to do safekeeping, I feel like it just makes sense to finish this quest line. And I don't think... I mean, I don't think. Just full stop. That's end of sentence. I don't think it's a particularly long quest line. Back again, are you? I'm flattered you've grown so fond of Northrand. Or I would be. But you have that expression you lot always wear when you're about to ask me for something. You did what? After all of the perils your friends faced and the labours we undertook to return them to your world, you've brought another soul across the rift? Have you no common sense? It's fine, just work your magics. Whichever. There'd better be a very compelling reason for all of this, whelp. Removing spirit from vessel will be easy enough, I suppose. However, it requires a few moments without your breathing down my neck. Also, your friend is unlikely to materialize with clothes on, so I doubt they'll want an audience. You should wait here. Perhaps take the opportunity for some self-reflection. Oh, very well. At least I tried. We'll find you at the Wandering Stairs directly then. You want me to speak with someone? Very well, you've done the same at my request often enough. How long are we meant to wait for this friend of yours? I do have work to do, you know. Ah, here you are. Pardon the delay. Took some time to acquire robes of an appropriate size. Is this them? Looking good. Silver! Unukalhai? Indeed it is. Trust me, I can hardly believe I'm here myself. I should think so. When I sent after to ask after you, it never occurred to me that you might be able to cross the rift without Ascian aid. Lost your taste for subterfuge, I see. My choices and my reasons are my own now. If I am to have faith in them, in myself, I cannot hide who I am. Speaking of which, Unukalhai was kind enough to fill me in, unlike some, and I was interested to hear of an erstwhile hero of the 13th serving libations at the Wandering Stairs. But that this hero should be you surpasses the scope of even my considerable imaginings. Was that you at Groon's Licht so long ago? Not so long to me, or you mayhap, though I had thought I might at last put those days behind me. But perhaps this is for the best. They're not all bad memories. They never are. I should very much like to hear your story, should you be willing to share it. Our world, like this one, had its share of would-be heroes, myself and Unukalhai among them. Unlike your warriors of light, however, each was unaware of, or unconcerned, with our fellows. But to fight alone is to fall alone, and the insidious ether of the Aurosite used to seal primals corrupted once noble souls and turned them, one by one, to darkness. Even those who resisted this fate could not escape its consequences. No surprise, perhaps, as we continued to struggle in solitude. We were spared by Ascian machinations, but only as our world met its death. What if that death could be undone? I was told that much of the first was consumed by light, as our home was by darkness. Yet balance and life are being restored to even that scoured land they call the empty. If such a thing is possible, then why not the reverse? Could we not bring light back to the 13th? Even the Ascians considered the 13th lost, thus was it excluded from the rejoining. But what say you? You have a way of making miracles happen. The world of darkness was not in a state I'd consider salvageable. You speak almost as if you've seen it. Wait. Pardon the interruption, but might I suggest a closer examination of conditions on the 13th before we form any conclusions? We could use the Crystal Tower to open a void gate, couldn't we? Please? Have you lost your head? The Crystal Tower is not a toy, and you are not to use it to unleash great and terrible void scent upon this world. According to the records, there was a group who worked out how to open small void gates through which to summon minor fell beasts and the like. Magics of that nature should work, though I am unsure if any with knowledge of the original technique yet live. There's one right over there. How fortunate. Let us inquire... Oh, wait, sorry. How fortunate. Let us inquire with this Tainer immediately. Yes, you do that. In the meantime, I'll ready a means for peering into the depths of the void without endangering ourselves. Use these to contact me when you've prepared to open the gate. We shall, at the very first opportunity, I promise. Yeah, that was quick. It's always a pleasure, after? Aye, but who's your friend? Don't believe we've met. We have not. I'm not from this world. The situation's rather complicated, but I hope you might be willing to assist me. Straight to the point. I like it. It is true that we have means to open such portals. We call them hollows, and it was through one of these that I was drawn into the rift. So it is possible. Not with my power alone. I understand the greatness of your need, and when Nielbert's still at my side, I should be glad to make the attempt. The technique required the combined force of our energies in resonance. If one person's magics are insufficient, perhaps I could assist. From what I can sense, our ethereal reserves are roughly equivalent, and our physical similarity suggests that our energies are not incompatible. I fear you underestimate the difficulty of the task. Nielbert and I were born for this, and even so it took us years before our efforts were perfectly in step. I realise it's a lot to ask considering that we've just met, but could we not at least attempt it? Yours is the only such magic I've ever heard of, and if we might actually be able to save my home. May I interject? You will recall the crystals in my possession preserve the memories of the former Warriors of Light, including Nielbert's in ethereal form, and Unukalhai here has a particular talent for interpreting the minds and motives of ethereal beings, the primals. If I could apply the same principles to interpret Nielbert's crystal. An experiment worth trying, at the least. I'll fetch it. Speak to me, Nielbert. Do his memories of training with Tainer remain? They do, and such strong sentiment with them. Tainer, you should know that Nielbert desired nothing so much as to rescue you, his dearest friend. He held so fiercely to his memories of the technique you mastered together because he hoped they might be your salvation. Welcome back, Tingles. Oh, Nielbert, I won't let them go to waste. I'll do what I can to help see the 13th restored. Thank you. I won't pretend I understand the half of what's going on here. Just keep him from running headlong into anything too dangerous, will you? Nothing to worry about as long as you're around, I'm sure. Wicked white, I nearly forgot. I've half a dozen orders to fill. You know where to find me when you've made progress with the gate. This shirt really wants to ride up around the shoulders, and it makes it look weird. If you have no objection, Taina, I'd like to practice creating hollows as soon as possible. Of course, but not within the Crystarium. If we succeed in opening even the smallest window into that realm, it's likely that fell creatures will emerge. Follow me. I don't need... Hold on. How does one... I'm trying to work where the... Where the fuck is the setup stuff on Faloop anymore? Setup. Oh, okay, it's just under EU. Right. Basically, I'm just trying to turn off the, there we go. The, alerts for Divatpra fates, because I've got everything from that fate. I don't need to do it anymore. Yes, I did just get a notification that there's one up. That's why. Assuming no one ventures near, this location should be suitable. Unukalhai, when I give the word, begin channeling your ether. Nyelbert's memories will have told you as much, but it is imperative you maintain focus on our ethereal resonance throughout this process. With that in mind, I ask that you take care of any creatures that emerge from the hollow. It should not be of a strength to challenge you, and it will allow us to adjust our attunement without risk. Leave it to me. And let us begin. It's like I'm taking a massive shit. Come on, flow where I tell you to. Let me attempt to match your focus. I'm taking a massive shit too. It opened. It's small, but enough to let something through. Be ready. That was Far too much effort for such a small gate. On the contrary, given this was your first attempt, it's incredible we succeeded at all. Now, try synchronizing your breath with mine. Focus on the rhythm of the ethereal flow. Alright, I'm ready. It's a bigger one. Haha! A larger hollow. Of course, the void scent may be proportionally stronger. Okay, I was kind of expecting just a bigger void torch. I just kind of wanted them to get progressively larger. Where your breath ends, mine begins. Where your ether flows, mine follows. Together. Unbelievable, full attunement so soon. Be ready. Hey. I think I've grasped the principle now. I only need to remember the feeling for next time. I almost feel as if I do remember it. Your ether is familiar somehow. That's impossible, of course. Now that Taina and I are capable of performing the necessary magics, I should like to make an attempt at investigating conditions on the 13th. Might I trouble you to contact Beck-Lug? Arthur, are you there? I hope you're not lost focus on the void problem. I have an exciting breakthrough to share. A work of Porksy-related genius, if I do say so myself. Beck-Lug, excellent timing. We've made considerable progress as well, and are ready to open a portal when you are. Well then, what say you meet me at Laxon Loft forthwith? It's far enough from any major aetherites as to avoid the sort of ethereal interference that would be a hindrance to our observation of the void. Very well, we shall see you at this Laxon Loft anon, or as soon as I can locate it. I'll lead the way. I too am eager to be one step closer to our goal. You don't mind if I think of it as our goal, do you? I'd be honoured. Thank you, Taina. Meow. Oh, it's this place. Right? Yeah. Where they fought the Shadowkeeper. It appears Beck-Lug has yet to arrive. Patience and Kalai. I hope you weren't waiting too long. What? You didn't think I'd want to see this for myself? The 13th was my home too, if you recall. Quite. Though as I explained, we won't be the ones doing the seeing, strictly speaking. This familiar will gather all the information we need, assuming you two can create a hollow for it to pass through. That will do nicely. Now fly, my Porksy, fly! Is it going to come back out as a demonic Porksy? Well, it's made it in. And something's coming out. It's a death claw. Oh. Goldemar. My, that is an ugly one, isn't it? Doesn't that make this a demonic prince? Dvalin. Thank you for clearing that up. The Porksy ought to be back at any moment now, though I can't sense it. Odd. Perhaps it's lost? If After created an etheric beacon as she did for me, it might find its way back more easily. Huh. That may work. Give it a go. Keep at it. Aha! A distinctly Porksy-like present. I see the snout. There we are. Now, close that hollow before anything follows. I believe it's performed its task thoroughly as instructed. Good Porksy. With luck, its observations may indeed lead us to a means of driving the darkness from the 13th. However, I will need to review its findings in detail before I can tell you more, and it could take years to deduce a suitable solution. I admit that I'm impatient to find a way forward, but I've endured millennia with half as much hope as I have now. If I must wait, then that is what I shall do. Like After, and your warriors of light, I will persevere until my world is safe once more. That is what a hero does. I think you'll make a good one. You as well. If that's the end of the excitement for the time being, we should head back to the Wandering Stairs. Clear out that pall of anxiety Serig's spreading all over the place. Back. Ah, you've returned hale and whole. Not that I had any doubt you would, of course. How did the search for the Hollow go? We may have the information we need to save the 13th. It may be some time, years maybe, until we can be certain. I'll be here for as long as it takes. On that subject, I've been thinking. Would you be interested in joining us? As a bounty hunter, I mean. Sarah and I hunt down sin eaters and other threats. The first was saved, but it remains far from safe. You could help us protect the people here. I think I should quite like that. Protecting people. If I can do that, then perhaps I'll find the strength I need when the time comes. Strength, you say? Sounds like you could use a dwarf with a massive hammer. I may have shared the Pardon me? I may have shared the tale of the 13th with a few other noted hunters. I know what it feels like to fight for something you've already lost, to need to find a way to make it right. And I know what it's not too easy to fight on your own, inconvenient as that little truth may be. Thus, a new team is born. This calls for a toast. I don't object, so long as this lot carries their weight. I'm a bounty hunter, not a Fuka herder. Thank you so much. All of you. I'd be honored to fight at your side. I shall do my best to justify the faith you have shown in me, and to save my home. Someday, I hope we can visit it together. Ugh. There we go, that is the Void questline done. You don't want to give me any more quests, do you? No, good. I should have done that an expansion ago, but now it's done. But whilst we're here, there is something else that I need to do. Which I think finishes him off. That's not the right thing at all. Yeah, this will finish him off. Okay. So I need airship fittings. So how is the checkmark list looking? What am I missing still? Well, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff still. So, I am... In fact, I haven't shown it on stream. Possibly at all for this. Let me... Can I do a... Hold on. Okay. This. This is what I'm currently working with on the Bosnian relic front. It is indeed Excel sheet time. So, Paladin is all done. Oh god. Paladin is completed. All done. I just need the raw emotions for Warrior, which I currently have 4 of, and I need 15 per relic. Dark Knight, I could get to the same stage as Warrior, but then I don't have enough loathsome memories to get the next relic up to that point. So I'm currently being held up by the memories of the different flavor candies and the loathsome memories. Which loathsome memories you get from doing Castrum Lacus Litor. The tortured memories you get from either doing just Southern Front Fates or doing Fates in Heavensward zones. Yes. So I need to do 41 more clears of Castrum. 69, nice, clears of Delibrum. Or 118 clears of Delibrum. Honestly, once I have the Time Worn artifacts, I will probably prioritize Dalriada, because that gives 5 raw emotions instead of 2, I think. So yeah, there's still a lot to do when it comes to the relics. And after this next expansion, no. that is just going on. That's just happening. My current checklist for the next thing to do is Hildibrand quests, so that then I can unlock the Endwalker relic, which just needs Tombstones of Poetics, which I'm currently capped on because I have nothing worth spending them on. And I get those by doing the stuff for the Bosnian relic. So, if I unlock the Endwalker relic and start pouring my Poetics into that, whilst I'm getting them from Bosnia, I can do 2 relics at the same time. Then, next expansion. Well, then post Endwalker MSQ leading into Dawn Trail, which then I can go through Dawn Trail, finish Dawn Trail, and unlock Occult Crescent, which is the new field operation and is linked to the Dawn Trail relic. So I will probably have 3 relics on the go. Yeah. So there's a lot going on. And I still need to do the Alliance raids and normal raids and optional trials for Endwalker. And then unlock all of the extremes so that I can get all of the Lynxes, so that I can get... is it the dragon? The dragon chair? Is that the one for Endwalker? So give or take half a year of content. Occult Crescent comes out in a week. Actually, it comes out in 3 days. Not Dawn Trail, Night Rain from Elden Ring comes out next week. So, yeah. There's multiple years worth of content from how it was released, but it's not going to take us half a year to do. It is not. I mean, in order to do all of the relics and stuff, maybe. But I'm deliberately waiting on going too hard in Bosnia until I've unlocked the Endwalker relics. What was I doing? Who was I doing? Habada who? Kaishir. Oh, and I can also unlock... That's the wrong thing. I can also unlock the Lunar Cosmic Expansion stuff. We do also still have Tiny Tina's to play. You are right. And Borderlands 4 is a thing. Oh yeah, I've not talked about it since I realized. Duskbloods doesn't have a release date yet. So even though the Switch 2 comes out next month, Duskbloods is expected at some point in 2026. So, at the moment, there isn't really any need for me to get a Switch 2. So, I'm not worrying about it. And I'll pick it up when Duskbloods is actually a thing. Borderlands 4 will be a thing in September. Ooh. I see. But you're not sure if you'll be able to run the game on release because your PC is old. But you do be making that money now. That ought to do it. I'll get this lot off to the soldiers and shipwrights working on the fleet. I bet they'll be chuffed to bits when they see what you've come up with. We finally managed to get Colton everything he asked for. Since our part of the bargain's taken care of, all we have to do now is wait and see how things turn out. Oh, I almost forgot to mention that Master Chai wanted to see us. We've been asked to meet him by the Xylem lift. I reckon we've got some good news coming our way, so let's take Anfrig and Zia along to hear it. But you do not have the wish to spend it. Yes, the crux of adult money. I have money. I want to buy things. I do not want to spend money. Thank you for coming on such short notice. What an honour it is to be joined by not only the Queen Bee himself, but the enchanting Mistress Moen. We were enjoying one of our promenades when we chanced upon Master Chai, who graciously invited us to accompany him. I'm lucky I ran into you, as I'd neglected to invite you from the outset. After all, with the fortune of your prospective businesses being so closely tied to those of Yulmore, this affects you more than most. Kaishir, your efforts have finally borne fruit. In other words, we can now commence airship flights to and from the Crystarium. Our newly repurposed fleet stands at the ready. As a matter of fact, preparations are now underway for our very first voyage. We did it! Now the beehive will be absolutely swarming with visitors, especially once we put the next part of the plan into action. You mean there's more? Of course there is! We're not going to wait for them to arrive to tell them about the beehive. I'm looking into advertising in the Crystarium. Once they hear about the high-class entertainment and affordable food and drink we have on offer, they'll be racing to get on them airships. Hold on, I've got another idea. If we give them a little souvenir on the way out, they're bound to come back for more. And when they get back to the Crystarium, they can show their friends and tell them all the fun they had at the beehive. That'll bring in even more customers. My word, that's brilliant. My sentiments exactly. Hiring him on the spot was something of a gamble, but my faith has been repaid manifold. You're going to head out, Tingles, and you probably won't be back, because you've got a friend's birthday party. And you bought the birthday boy a new monster manual for D&D. Nice. Thanks for coming by, Patinga, and have a good one. Let's not count our Amara just yet. There's still a lot to do before any guests arrive. Until then, we dancers will be working on some brand new routines. We'll show them such a good time, they'll never want to leave. Never imagined that entertainment would be the key to turning around our fortunes, but here we are. I see great things ahead of you, Kaishir, though it is often said the proof is in the pudding. I have every confidence you'll see this through to its natural and successful conclusion. And that is Kaishir maxed out. Through your efforts, the beehive has become one of the primary reasons to visit Yulmore. It seems, however, that Kaishir has a different sort of favour to ask. Blimey, did you hear what Master Chai was saying? I gotta tell you, it feels good having a man like him singing your praises. Praises? Singing your praises. By the sound of it, you're no stranger to that yourself. He's got every reason to be optimistic, though. Everything's coming together nicely, and it's all thanks to you. Of course, we're not quite there yet, and we can't afford to get complacent. But if the plan with the souvenirs pays off, everyone in the Crystarium will be wanting to hop on an airship and sample the delights of the beehive. To be honest, I ain't got a clue what would make a decent souvenir. If you bring me something that you think will work, we'll take it from there. Part of the dancer's costume. Oh, and before you go charging off, there's one other thing I wanted to ask. Can you play Pretty Princess Dress Up with me? The Queen Bee's always going on about clothes maketh the man or something. The ones they gave me to wear when I joined to make me presentable enough, but I want to look less like hired help and more like I belong here. Don't worry, there's no need to donate half your wardrobe to me or nothing. I heard about those glamour prism thingies. They'll work just well as shelling out on a new outfit. Mind you, spend most of my life dressed in bits of old sack, so I wouldn't know where to start. Could you maybe pick something out for me? I hate to be a pain, but you've obviously got much better dress sense than I do. Anfrig has a new quest. Why? Oh, okay, this is the one that actually unlocks, like, flight between Yulmore and the Crystarium. I'm glad you saved me the trouble of tracking you down. There's a bit of news I've been asked to share with you. One of the refitted airships is about to embark on the very first commercial flight to the Crystarium, and you've been invited to join them as a passenger of honour. Considering everything you've contributed to the cause, it's only fitting. When you're ready to board, speak with Lerabird, that gaudily dressed twit over by the Xylem lift. Be warned though, he usually has an expression so sour he could curdle milk at 20 paces. Pretty princess dress up. Although I forget, does this let me use my glamours from the dresser? No. And that's apparently the only thing I could glamour him with. Although he's wearing the spring boots, which I don't hate. I'm sure I'll find something suitable for a guy working at a strip club. Here to board the airship, are you? Are you one of those sweat-stained soldiers, or a shipbuilder with nothing better to do than spend all day hammering nails so fervently as to give the impression they have personally wronged you? Huh? Which is it? Why it was decided that you will all be given lifetime passes for whatever shoddy work was performed is beyond me. Not that it's any concern of mine, of course. Riffraff is riffraff. I am duty-bound to inform you all passengers are to be guided from here to the uppermost level of Yulmore, where the airship landing is situated. Only those granted permission to board may pass beyond this point. Alas, the powers that be have neglected to provide me with a proper reception area, and I am relegated to stand upright for bells on end like some wretched footman. You're quite done boring me. Your airship awaits, madam. Cool. Now that that's done, we're good. I do need to unlock the next custom delivery, which is probably the sheep. That's in the Crystarium. But we can do that when I need a break from Hildibrand. I was wondering when you'd show up. Hope you haven't made any plans for the night, because we've got a situation on our hands. Remember our good friend the Phantom Thief? Well, it seems he's decided to branch out from burglary to cold-blooded murder. If the rumours are to be believed, he's claimed 3 victims already, all influential members of Ul'Dan's society. Mr. Many-Faces has been kind enough to leave one of his signature calling cards at every scene, leaving no doubt as to the identity of the murderer. The message is always the same. The weight of 5 corpses will bring the scales of justice to balance. More riddles. Not that you'll hear me complaining. No, the only thing my readers like more than a good mystery is a good murder mystery. Ever since the story broke, the Mithril Eye's been selling like Pond's cakes. The only rub is that it's left me no time to look into the thief's last message. Until now, that is. Shall we? The hidden treasure of Uldar, was it? If there's anyone who can shed some light on this, it's you-know-who. To Sunsilk Tapestries. Well now, if it ain't my favourite venturer, and my favourite Mithril reporter along with her. Tell me, what have I done to deserve the pleasure of your company today? I see. As much as I'd like to help two lovely ladies, I'm afraid you found old Wyman at a loss. Uldar's more than its fair share of treasures, hidden and otherwise. I reckon our phantom thief could be after just about any of them. I can tell you this, though. Whatever the thief's got his eyes on, it's got the Sultan Sworn in a right dither. Word has it, they've formed a regiment of their best and brightest to safeguard the royal vaults from this very threat. The Sultan Sworn aren't like to be forthcoming with information, but it's the only lead we've got. Come on, after. I'd say it's time we paid a visit to the heart of the Sworn. Oi, hold up there, Ellie. I ain't generally the worrying type, but you may want to think twice before getting yourself involved in this. A man in my business develops a nose for danger, and this time stench is something fierce. You're a reporter, Ellie, and a fine one at that. Don't put that pretty neck of yours at risk trying to play hero. Your concern's touching, but I can assure you that I'm ready for whatever dangers lie ahead. Besides, being a reporter's about more than selling papers. I have a duty to seek out the truth and convey it to the people. Come after. Time is of the essence. So now I need to head to Scholar's Walk. Meow. Oh, hello. Halt! Only authorized personnel are allowed in. Oh, bugger me with a broadsword! It's the gentleman of light's adventuring companion and that catty but cute reporter from the Mithril Eye. Well, well, if it isn't the self-styled warrior of light. Tell me, what tall tales did you spin to the Sultan Sworn recruiter to land yourself in this position? Only the 12's honest truth, miss. Seeing that gentleman of light standing tall and triumphant that day, it moved me. The depths of my soul, like. I vowed to put aside my sketchy past and serve the realm just like my hero, Master Hildibrand. The Sultan Sworn were impressed with my commitment and my sword arm, and they gladly welcomed me into their ranks. Wait, don't tell me. You've come to assist Master Hildibrand in his investigation, haven't you? Oh, why didn't you say so sooner? It's the least I could do to help the two ladies who united me with my role model. You'll be wanting to speak with Phyllis. She's one of the Sworn's best and something of a history buff. When she heard the thief was targeting 4 relics of Belladea, she personally stepped forward and volunteered to lead the investigation. If anyone has the information you're looking for, it'd be her. Wait here while I get her. I can trust you not to touch anything, eh? A pleasure to meet you, Phyllis. My name's Ellie from the Mithril Eye. As you may have heard, we're researching the Phantom Thief case and would appreciate any information that may shed light on recent events. Pleasure's mine, Miss Ellie. If I'm not mistaken, that would make your companion friend here one after Bun, yeah? You know after? As any regular reader of the Mithril Eye would. I must confess to being something of an unabashed fan of yours. Though it hardly befits my station to say this, I was secretly hoping you'd show up to assist in the investigation. Doubtless the inspector, too, will also welcome a helping hand. Reardon. The Sultan Sworn, the elite of Uldar's elite. Can only hope they prove more competent than the bungling mercenaries I've dealt with thus far. Inspector Breardine. Always one step ahead of us. Miss Ellie, after. A moment, if you would. Right there. Very good. Now face me, and don't move an ilm. Inspector, what is it that you're... Demasking dust. A formula of my own devising that allow us to see right through the thief's disguises. Analysing the mask left behind at Vesper Bay, I was able to identify its composition and synthesize a counter-agent that would dissolve the disguise while leaving the wearer's face intact. In any event, it would appear the two of you are indeed who you appear to be. Brilliant, Inspector. The Phantom Thieves pulled the wool over our eyes for the last time. I fear it won't be so simple. The ingredients necessary to produce the dust are exceedingly rare. Even with the entire resources of the Sultan Sworn at our disposal, we're only able to produce a limited supply. I see. Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. That said, have you been able to identify the thief's next target? A hidden treasure of Uldar, the last of the 4 lost relics of Beladir. I fear not. I've pored through the history time and again, but the only mention of these 4 relics is a vague reference in an old prophecy. Most serious scholars consider it little more than a fairy tale. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. The legend goes on to describe 4 sacred artifacts, one each possessed by these 4 Beladian heroes. It makes no mention as to their appearance or nature. 3 times we've tried to identify the thief's target, and 3 times has he foiled us by making off with something else entirely. Needless speculation will only play to the fiend's strengths. All artifacts of Beladian origin have been sealed within the royal vault, and a regiment of our finest assigned to its protection. I've furnished all the guards with a supply of demasking dust, and instructed them to be on the lookout for any suspicious personages. The blackguard will be in chains before he can lay a dirty hand on the vault doors, let alone the treasures within. You have our word, milady. There are even more disturbing matters at hand. Doubtless you've heard of the recent rash of murders perpetrated by our quarry. The Sultan Sworn have launched an investigation, but the truth of the matter is that we've been far too occupied with the defence of the vaults to make any meaningful progress. We'd be most grateful for any assistance you could offer. A lady asks, and a gentleman answers. Cast all worry from your heart, my lady. Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has arrived to set right what is wrong and bring the wicked to justice. And this must be the demasking dust that is the talk of the palace. Ah, but you need not waste your supply on me, Inspector. I assure you I'm exactly who I claim to be. A shame, that. Inspector Hildibrand, we were not expecting you, but your services are most welcome. I'll share all I know about the recent murders. The killer has claimed 3 victims thus far. The head of a publishing consortium, a high-ranking government official, and an influential scholar. Other than that, they were all influential figures in their respective circles. We can identify no common threads connecting the 3. Oh, this will prove a most satisfying case to crack indeed. And what of the method of killing? Conked over the head with a cudgel? Gutted with a great sword? Strangled with a subligar, mayhap? I'm afraid that we've identified no pattern. In any event, the murderer plots the deaths of 2 more even as we speak. We must take action, and quickly. Understood, my lady. Clues may be scarce, but worry not. My realm-renowned powers of deduction are more than up to the task. I'll see this burglar turned butcher delivered to justice. Your presence is heartening indeed, Inspector Hildibrand. Friends, please, take this demasking dust with you. I fear we can spare but a single sachet, but I trust you'll put it to good use. Come to accompany me on yet another case, friend? I like your gusto, But if you're auditioning to be my assistant, I fear that role has already been filled most aptly. Still, a gentleman welcomes you, and welcomes the support of all his admirers. I shall henceforth name you thusly, after my ever-loyal associate. And now, my ever-loyal associate, the investigation calls. I propose that we begin by inspecting the site at which the most recent victim met his demise. My questioning about the palace has revealed that the scholar's body was found not far from the 80 sins of Sasamo. Even the most circumspect of criminals cannot help but leave behind clues. Clues that will not elude my gaze. Friends, let us be off. Pray, alert me should you see anyone suspicious, my ever-loyal associate. We must put Miss Phyllis's demasking dust to good use. Okay, that is easy enough to get to from here. Flowers. Yes, it's all becoming clear now. Our phantom killer's a florist who, in his hurry to escape, carelessly mislaid his wares. What do you think you're doing, eh? Eh? I'm the one who put them flowers there, eh? To honour the memory of me poor boy. You dare defile his memory, eh? Eh? 1,000 pardons, milady. Please accept my most sincere condolences on your loss. I am Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. I swear to you on my own dear mother's name that your son's killer will be brought to justice. As I was saying, these flowers were clearly placed here by the family of the deceased, which can only mean... Leave this place. Run away while you still can. Run far, far away. Run, or he'll turn you into a zombie, just like my poor, poor boy. A living person turned into a zombie? Nonsense. Not nonsense, my boy. History. Or have you not heard of the horrors of Sildee? Aye, Uldar's sibling nation, against which we waged war centuries ago. Much blood was shed by both sides, aye, but I speak of far greater horrors than death. An unholy draught brewed by a Sildeen alchemist, one with the power to turn the living to the undead, that his nation might command an army of mindless, deathless soldiers, the trader's spurn. They turned my poor boy into a heap of rotten flesh and ran him through. But you won't hear that from this Sultan sworn. Thal alone knows why, but they whisked the body away before I could so much as pay me last respects. The trader's spurn? I'd heard the stories, but I never thought them true. To be able to procure such a frightening thing, just who are we dealing with here? A Sildeen, I'm sure of it. Aye, only a Sildeen would know the recipe. But the last remains of Sildee died 4 centuries ago, you say? Oh, they did. He calls himself the Phantom Thief, he does. But did it ever occur to you that he might be an honest-to-God's phantom? Hey? Hey? Heard the tales from my own great-great-grandma, I did, about the 4 relics of Beladii, and the powers they hold. The power to exact justice. A spectre of Sildee's returned to wreak vengeance on us. Woe, woe unto us all! Have the 4 warriors of light forsaken us? My dear boy, if only you'd become a trader like your father. If only you'd kept your nose out of those history books and never so much as breathed the cursed name of old Sildee. But you did, and now we're doomed! 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 A bleeding horse in here somewhere. I can feel it in me follicles. The most potent air tonic the realm's seen. Aye, that it was. For all of a fortnight. before my flowing locks fell out all over again, just as I was chatting up a lovely young lass at the quicksand just to twist the knife an extra real. Montbach, charlatan! I'll find that so-called inspector and his sorry band. Pull every last strand of hair from their bleeding skulls. I mean, it did work. The effects were temporary, but it did work. It's all becoming clear to me now. That dear old woman's testimony has confirmed that which I had suspected from the start. Like a zombie picking away at its rotting flesh, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has peeled away the foul scab of uncertainty to reveal the truth within. Open your ears and feast your minds on the fruits of my flawless deduction. Our phantom thief is a phantom indeed, a wayward spirit caught between the realm of the living and dead for nigh on centuries since meeting a tragic end on the battlefield. As such, our course of action is clear. We must placate this tortured soul, that it might abandon its vengeful vendetta and travel to the next life in peace. But what is the true nature of the spectre's grievances? Without this knowledge, we cannot hope to assuage its rancour. Let us begin our search at the Thaumaturge's Guild. Doubtless the tomes there contain a wealth of information on the ill blood between the sibling nations. Notwithstanding the abject stupidity of everything else that's come out of your mouth, some knowledge of Sildee might serve us well. Go research as you do, and do take as much time as you need. You can count on me, Inspector Breedine. Whatever knowledge is to be gleaned at the guild, it shall not escape my inspector's eye. Waddle, waddle, waddle. Naneko. Gods be good, you're the adventurer who saved me back at the ruins. Researching the ancient feud between Uldar and Sildee, are you? Why, I'm pleased to say I have more than a passing familiarity with ancient history. To understand the history of the sibling nations, one must go back further still, to the birth of their mother nation, Belladia. The Fifth Astral Era was an age of untold wonders, when the arcane art burgeoned and the great civilizations that commanded such powers flourished. This age of enlightenment wouldn't last, however. Power bred avarice, and avarice bred resentment. It's culminated in a war of the Magi, which brought the great floods of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, which in turn swallowed once proud nations and left a battered wasteland in its wake. Mages were reviled and persecuted for having caused the catastrophe, with many forced to leave their homelands or face death. It was a small band of those survivors that found their way to Thanlan, where they would found the nation of Belladia some 8 centuries gone. Imagine a government of mages, by mages, and for mages. What wonders might have been wrought at Belladian civilization survived to this very day. Alas, this was not to be. You don't say. It's not every day someone comes to our halls to research Sildee. As a fellow student of history, though, I more than welcome the conversation. Belladian civilization flourished in relative peace until twin sons were born to the royal family. The two were fierce rivals, and when they came of age and their father passed, each one claimed that he was the rightful heir to the throne. With neither son willing to relinquish his claim, they agreed to split their kingdom in two, forming the twin nations of Uldar and Sildee. But not unlike the two proud princes, the sibling nations developed a penchant for rivalry. Greetings, traveller. You would learn of the war between Uldar and the fallen Sultanate of Sildee. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. The two city-states coexisted for several generations until the bad blood between them boiled over, culminating in outright war. As you might deduce from the present state of affairs, Uldar emerged victorious, leaving its once proud sibling nation in smouldering ruins. As the histories tell us, the battle fought between the sister nations were the stuff of nightmares. In a desperate attempt to overcome Uldar's superior numbers, Sildene alchemists devised a most horrifying stratagem. Employing a frightful formula known as the Trader's Spurn, they brought their fallen warriors back as undead soldiers. Some theories have that they even employed the potions on those of the living who were too weak or wounded to fight. Sends shivers up the spine just thinking about it, no? It is truly a crowning glory of our fair nation that our forebears were able to emerge victorious against these horrors. And it explains why there are still Beladian zombies that we have to kill. Huh? After. Don't surprise me like that. What's this? You're here not for your studies, but to learn of the bad blood between Uldar and Sildee. 2 scales, one of gold and one of silver. The gold of Uldar weighing prosperity and power. The silver of Sildee weighing knowledge and power. But the power sought by the 2 nations differed greatly. Yes, greatly indeed. The power wrought by Uldan prosperity was that of justice and good, while the power wrought by Sildee's knowledge was horrific beyond belief. The power to rip the living soul out of a man and render him a mindless killing machine. On this matter the histories are clear, but riddle me this, my friend. Who writes the histories, and what does this say of the words writ within? Yes, truth can be elusive and fickle as the shifting sands. As one example, did you know that in the war against Sildee, Uldar and Amalja warriors fought side by side? Likely you did not, and neither did I until I encountered a faded passage in an ancient text buried deep in our archives. And yet, in the histories read by the populace, you will see no mention of this most fascinating fact. Might it be that someone at some time deemed this particular truth less than convenient? But I had said enough already. My ever-loyal associate, tell me, what have you learned from your questioning of the scholars in these halls? Indeed. As it happens, I have learned much the same. Let us take a moment to review, and allow my peerless powers of deduction to work their magic. A war of succession divides the great civilization of Beladia, giving rise to the sibling nations of Uldar and Sildee. The 2 nations coexist for some generations until ill blood boils over, culminating in an outright war. Daunted by Uldar's superior military might, Sildee employed their advanced alchemical knowledge to horrific ends, transforming their own citizens, alive and dead, into a fearsome undead legion. Yes, I believe I have it. The facts at hand have led me to one unassailable conclusion. Our phantom thief is a descendant of doomed Sildee, who seeks vengeance against those who reduced his countrymen to slavering zombies. To pacify his soul and send him peacefully to the next world, there is but one course of action. We must find the Sildene statesman who conceived this dreadful stratagem, and have him apologize to the thief in person for the suffering he has wrought. A brilliant plan. Perhaps you'd like to go find yourself a shovel and dig this statesman out of the ground yourself. Leaving aside this nonsense of spirits and spectres, it appears increasingly likely that our quarry shares some link to Sildee. His garish garb is no doubt meant to evoke the silver scales of the fallen sultanate. This Sildene connection would also serve to explain the rare knowledge of Beladian relics our thief clearly possesses. But what of the murder victims? What common thread amongst them could have incurred the ire of our adversary? A few people in town spoke of a man sighted calling upon the victims in the past day. Those who saw him said he had a most frightful air about him. Wait, yes, it's coming to me, of course. My keen investigator's senses ring out with a voice loud and clear. This man Miss Ellie speaks of just might know something. You should really stop thinking so hard. You like to strain a brain muscle. Miss Ellie, who is this man and where might we find him? My sources identified the man as Guguria, a travelling merchant known to frequent Horizon. Shall we pay him a visit? That Horizon, yes. Yes, if you've got business, make it quick. My time's too valuable to waste chatting with every stranger who passes by. Forgive us, good sir. My name's Ellie, a reporter for the Mithril Eye. Never blinking, all-seeing, you know the rest. I was wondering if we could trouble you with just a few questions. Was it for love or money that you killed them? Yes, you, the thief of many faces. Me? A thief? What is this nonsense? Don't know who you are, but I ain't got the time or the patience for this mummery. If you'll excuse me, an important client awaits. Thought I recognised that voice. Lady Dorilda. Well met indeed. Pray tell, whatever brings you to these environs this fair morning? Why, I live here, you ham-headed half-wit. Inspector Breedine, this is an unexpected pleasure. Do you have some business with my associate here, pray tell? Guguria. We can discuss business after. Pray, lend the inspector here, and the handsome one, whatever assistance he requires. But Lady Dorilda, what about... Ah, yes, my dear Maria's name day present. I had in mind one of the prize pieces from Estame's latest seasonal collection. You would be able to procure one for me, yes? Or shall I eliminate the middleman and make the trip to Uldar myself? I'll say it just once more, Guguria. I expect you to give the inspector and his companions your full assistance. They, yes, even the stupid one, helped me regain something truly priceless. Something more valuable than any mere trinket. Alright, I'll tell you what I know. But you didn't hear it from me, got it? I was looking into the killing on behalf of a client of mine. The thief's got himself some of that zombie dust, the trader's spurn, was it? And his cards speak of 5 victims. Got me to thinking. Sildi, 5 victims. Aye, the Arbiters of Truth. The Arbiters of Truth? I'm not familiar with that name. Aye, few would be, on account of them being something of a secret society and all. Influential personages of the Sultanate, you see, working from the shadows to keep false knowledge about the Uldar-Sildi conflict from reaching the ears of folks like you and me. False knowledge? Pray tell, just what sort of knowledge might that be? Foul's balls, don't make me say no more. I got a family to feed. Very well. Just tell us one last thing. Who hired you and where can we find him? Hob. His name's Ob. When he heard what I said, he told me that he was going to set sail for Limsa with his 5 best sellswords to guard his back. Said there were many prying eyes at the airship docks. Said he had a private ship docked and waiting for him at Vesper Bay, but remember, you didn't hear none of this from me. This man Hob must be one of the killer's targets. Doubtless, he also knows the identity of the remaining one. I doubt that. They say the Arbiters are so secretive they don't even know each other's true identities. Now don't ask me how that all works, but Ob's got high-ranking friends in the Brass Blades. Once he heard the victims had all been zombified, he panicked. Guess he knew he'd be next. Thank you very much, my kind sir. Once again, the ancient Mandeville art of parley has procured for us a key morsel of knowledge. Let us seek out this hob fellow and see what he can share with us. And let us hurry. The man's life is in danger even as we speak. Oh. A triggered cutscene. Master Hob, is everything quite alright? No, stand back, Ellie. Oh, Jesus. Hunger. I hunger for your brains. Damn. There's no saving the man. Do what you must. Yes, my first-hand knowledge of zombies tells me this particular shade of green is unmistakably that of the undead. 'Twould seem we were a few moments too late to the scene. A message. And then there was one. There it is again. Is something the matter, Inspector? Indeed, Nashu, there is. Ever since I picked up the trail of the Phantom Thief, I've had this fleeting sense. A sense that someone or something is watching us. The thief might be close at hand. We should be careful. For the moment, let us return and report our findings to Miss Phyllis. Secret society or no, knowing the identity of its members may yet lead us to the final victim. I, too, had best return to the Mithril Eye. Let's meet up again after. I'll see what new clues I can uncover in the meantime. You will do nothing of the sort, Miss Ellie. These streets are far too dangerous for you to walk alone. Inspector, Inspector! I'll go with her. If you insist, Nashu, then I give my leave. But pray be wary. Not just of the thief, but of Miss Ellie. She has quite the temper, as we both know. Miss Ellie, there's something I must tell you when this case is over. Be safe, and promise me that you will not attempt anything rash, as you did that time when the fiend took aim at my own life. Your life, at Costa del Sol. Yes, that was quite the ordeal, wasn't it? I'll be careful, I promise. I eagerly await the day when I may hear what it is that you would share with me. A secret vow? Oh, consider my interest piqued as well, good Inspector. Now, let us be off. Miss Phyllis awaits our report. Oops. Fourth victim? Thal have mercy. Were you able to glean aught of a connection to the other victims? The Arbiters of Truth? No, it cannot be. Somebody, help! Miss Ellie? The voice came from the direction of the vault. We must hurry. Miss Ellie, are you hurt? That man, I only thought to ask him a few questions. Before I knew what was happening, he was upon me. I could only bash his brains with a conveniently placed bottle of mead, it would seem. Remind me not to get on your bad side, Miss Ellie. That said, is Nashu not with you? She saw a figure lurking in the shadows and went off in pursuit before I could stop her. This man wears the armour of a Saltonsorn squire, yet his face is unfamiliar to me. Something is amiss. The thief of many faces! To think we would find our man like this! Thrice and again did the fiend elude our grasp, but no more! By virtue of a gentleman's ingenious deductions and a lady's pugilistic puissance, I declare this case closed. I return this sachet to you, Miss Phyllis. Whilst the gesture was appreciated, in the end it proved superfluous to my cracking of the case. It's her. While you're at it, is there anything else of immense value you'd like to wantonly destroy? What? What is the meaning of this? Ingenious. A double disguise, planted by the thief to throw us off his trail, no doubt. This is Grigri, one of my most capable men. I signed him to guard the vault and outfitted him with an ample supply of demasking dust. It's inconceivable the thief could so easily elude his grasp. Unless the thief was not wearing a mask. Speaking of which, has anyone seen Miss Ellie? No, that's impossible. Of course, it all makes perfect sense, with the Phantom Thief to thank for her burgeoning readership and rise through the ranks at the Mithril Eye. Miss Ellie could not bear to face the possibility of her story of a lifetime coming to an end. Thus, she hatched a plan to... My lady, the vault has been breached. The wise man's whisper, it's gone. For her foul crimes against the Sultanate, I hereby declare Ellie of the Mithril Eye, the thief of many faces, an enemy of the state. Deploy all troops and do not rest until she is in custody. And now the game is truly afoot. Hey, Greg. What is the meaning of all this racket and rumpus? And just as we are about to make our triumphant return, is that not so, Enkidu? Miss Ellie! Miss Ellie! That shadow you said you saw, I think it was just a dormouse. To think he'd literally stumble face first onto the second mask. His good fortune truly knows no end. Not to worry. Yes, I dare say the Phantom Thief has another trick or two up his sleeve. My ever-loyal associate, we must find Miss Ellie, and quickly. Surely, if confronted by her constant companion, she can still be convinced to abandon this fool's plan. Oh, Miss Phyllis. I thought you had already departed in the company of your men, but all for the better. Should we conduct the search together? I fear that would only put them at greater risk. You see, the fifth and final member of the Arbiters of Truth, the Phantom Thief's final target, is none other than... Hildibrand Mandert? Me. Mind you, it is not a role I sought of my own accord. My name and my passion for history are somewhat well known in the Sultanate. One day I received an anonymous letter stating a position in the committee had opened, and I had been chosen to fill it. The letter went on to enumerate my duties, to prevent the spread of historical lies that would sully the name of our illustrious nation. As a high-ranking officer in the Sultan's Sworn, I was deemed to be in a particularly unique position to serve as an arbiter. I knew that there were other members of the organization, but was told nothing of their names or identities. To think my unknown compatriots were the victims all along. I cannot put any more lives in danger. I will sequester myself in a place where my presence can cause no harm, until such time as the killer is apprehended. Your concern for our well-being is most touching, Miss Phyllis, but there is no need for such caution. As a seasoned inspector, I'm more than capable of protecting a lady in distress. And as a gentleman, that is exactly what I shall do. My associates here also stand at your side. Speaking of which, has anyone seen my loyal assistant? Inspector, over here! Ah, there you are, Nashu. You really shouldn't run off on your own like that. I was worried sick about you. I'm sorry, Inspector. Miss Ellie said she saw somebody in the shadows, so I went to take a look. Now, there wasn't anything there but a dormouse, but it was a really cute dormouse, you see? It just kept squeaking and scurrying away, and I just... Pardon me for a moment, Nashu. Yes, my inspector's sense speaks to me. Someone is watching us. After, let us split up and canvass our surroundings. Water-stained letter. A water-stained letter lies conspicuously on the ground. Be wary and be warned. Trust no one, and your friends all the less. This will avail you well. Use it wisely. You obtain a sachet of demasking dust. In the next instance, you feel an intimidating presence behind you. Greg? Oh, no. Hey, Godbert. Ho ho ho! If it isn't my beloved son's staunch companion, the mighty After. I was in the area on a matter of business, which I curtailed when I felt a suspicious presence from the shadows. Pursuing it led me here. Mayhap it is the same for you? Oh, so your pursuit of the Thief of Many Faces is taking quite the unexpected turn, and now you've come upon a series of anonymous letters. Mayhap our watcher in the shadows is a friend, or is this but another trap laid by the fiend? Yes, the plot thickens like a dollop of salamander oil. In either event, I dare say the circumstances call for utmost caution. The thief could be anywhere, or anyone, myself excluded, of course. No mere mask could replicate the physique of this Mandeville man. That said, I fear my dear Hildy may be in a bit over his head this time. Allow me to assist in your investigation. Were anything to happen to Hildibrand, his dear mother would, not be pleased. Is a Mandeville man afraid of a Mandeville woman? If the sender speaks true, the villain even now lurks within our midst, and yet we have but a single sachet of demasking dust at our disposal. We must identify the impostor beyond reasonable doubt before we proceed. You know the players better than I. What say you have a few words with each of them, and see if aught seems amiss? Am I doomed to share the same fate as the others? I'd sooner die than become one of those things. Miss Ellie is the phantom thief. It is the only logical conclusion, and yet I cannot help but feel that another truth still evades us. Inspector Briadine told me all about it. Who'd have thunk Miss Ellie was the Phantom Thief all this time? She sure fooled me. Nothing particularly odd about any of them, you say. It stands to reason. The fiend would not take such a risk if he were not utterly confident that he could pull off the ruse. Curses. This one's not half the fool his son is. I must elude him, and quickly. Time is of the essence. I question the Sultan sworn outside. To a man, they insist they've seen naught of Miss Ellie. Wherever could she have gone? Father? What brings you here? Yes, finally the pieces are coming together. Now, if you would kindly stand still and shut up, the fiend already stands among us. Inspector Breedine, I should hope you are not doubting me. While I'm quite convinced that even a master impersonator would struggle to recreate your particular brand of idiocy, the fact remains that anyone here who has spent even a moment alone must be considered a suspect. The thief has proven to be highly efficient at assuming new identities. An astute observation, my gangly friend. I'd say this occasion calls for a dose or two of that powder after here found earlier. Wouldn't happen to be another sachet or two lying about, would there? What remains of our supplies already been distributed to the search party, but worry not, they should be reporting back within a bell's time. Ha! Time might be against me, but just you watch. I'll wiggle my way out of this and turn you into the reeking, drooling corpse you deserve to be. I fear that it's more time than we can afford, Miss Phyllis. Fortunately, my powers of deduction will lay the fiend's face bare within minutes. We know that, given the choice, the thief prefers to impersonate familiar personages. As Miss Ellie has had only passing interactions with my dear father, we can safely eliminate him from consideration. That leaves myself, Nashu, and After here. Nashu and I, in particular, have had a close and extended relationship with our suspect. I shall begin by questioning mine own assistant. I assure you that none know her better than I. Brilliant reasoning as ever, Inspector. Go on, ask me anything. All the times for this overstuffed buffoon to start talking sense. If he asks me anything too obscure, my cover is as good as blown. My relationship with Nashu is so close, I dare say at times it is as if we share a mind. If this Nashu is truly my ever-loyal assistant, she should have no trouble completing my thoughts. I'm Amandaville, I'm Amanda Mandaville. Man? Doing what only a Mandeville can. From the peaks of Kurthus to Thanalan, Mandaville. Man, you're the best, Inspector. A perfect score. You may rest easy, dear friends. This is unmistakably, unequivocally, indubitably the true Nashu. Never loved you more than now, you marvellous muttonhead, you. Nashu, something the matter? Just because you've picked up a few more wrinkles beneath the eyes, there's no need to avert that charming face of yours. Wrinkles? Wrinkles? Look who's talking, you crusty, cretinous old... genius, Inspector? The charade is up, Miss Ellie. Miss Ellie, you look somehow different. What if she was assuming the role of Ellie from the beginning? Seven L's. done in by a muscle-bound muttonhead and his motley troop of mummers. Just who are you? Your resemblance to Miss Ellie is most uncanny, and yet... Consulting Inspector Briadine. Once again, you failed to measure up to your lofty reputation. Of course we resemble each other. Ellie is, after all, my own flesh and blood, my beloved sister, and my eminently capable partner in crime. 1,000 faces I may wear, but only one name do I bear. You can call me Cece. Charmed, I'm sure. Are you quite alright? Why, you look as if you've seen a ghost. Despite my moniker, I assure you, Ellie and I are no spectres. What we are, mind you, are the last living scions of Sildene aristocracy. Bemused, are you? Befuddled to find two sisters behind the mask? Try using your brains once in a while. Every time you encountered the thief, Ellie was standing right in your midst. No, the thief that 4 times stole the show, oh, and those priceless relics, was me. Meanwhile, Ellie hid in plain sight, supplying me with just the knowledge I needed to stay one step ahead of my pursuers, all while spinning the hair-raising tales of my exploits that won the hearts of this nation. We owe a lot to you, truly. Why, without the tales of your hapless attempts to catch me, we never could have risen to such heights of celebrity. Miss Cece, from a gentleman to a lady, I would ask you one thing and one thing only. Just what is it that you and Miss Ellie hope to accomplish with all of your schemes? Justice. 400 years ago, Ul'dan dogs reduced our great nation to a nation of zombies. At long last, the cowards that would still justify these foul deeds will suffer the same fate. Wait, the histories say that it was Sildee that turned their own men into zombies. The histories lie, and you work from the shadows, silencing those who would speak the truth. You should have died with your fellows, false arbiter. It was Ul'dah that ordered the creation of that dreadful powder, and wielded it as a weapon against our proud ancestors. The history of your glorious sultanate is built on a lie. What is this madness you speak, woman? Not madness, truth. The powder in my possession was stolen from the Ul'dan army 4 centuries ago by one of my ancestors. They say it was his final act of courage in the moments before his leg fell off and his rotting head dropped from his shoulders. This is the truth that the histories don't tell, the truth that this doe-eyed Sultan Sworn would kill to keep buried deep in the sands of Thanalan. But your time of reckoning is nigh, oh yes. Before long, you and everyone in this rotten nation will know firsthand the horrors my ancestors knew. And just what do you mean by that? Oh, how the idiots lap up the stories. A masked crusader for justice, a dashing rebel waging battle against power and authority. Oh, if only they knew. But they'll see soon enough, when they're eating each other's brains out on the streets. In the last days, before our proud nation was razed to the ground, a band of the final survivors stole a vast quantity of the powder from the Ul'dan vaults, hiding it away in a secret vault sealed with powerful magics. The sole means by which the vault may be opened, by assembling 4 secret relics from Beladir, 4 relics once housed in the royal palace of Sildee, before the Ul'dan dogs stole them and claimed them for their own. And so it dawns upon you at last. Yes, even as we speak, Ellie makes for the vault, the 4 relics safely in hand. Just think, one day you'll be able to tell your grandchildren you were there when zombie powder rained down on Ul'dah. No, wait, you'll all be dead. Preposterous. But first, you, my dear. You'll not even have the pleasure of looking upon the last moments of your precious homeland. Let your flesh rot like all of your rotten lies. I think not, Miss Cece. I mean, he's already been zombified once. Hildibrand! You idiot. Just for once, could you not get in the way? Godbert Mandeville. I can't even trust your sorry ass to look after him for a day. Mumsy? With a frying pan? I knew it! That presence watching over us from the shadows. It was you, my dear wife! She's cute. She reminds me of Serendipity. The guitar riff. Am I to understand that you are Hildibrand's mother? Greg? Aye, this is more like it. Hand to hand, skillet to skillet. It's enough to send a warrior's pulse racing. Prepare yourself. The time of our final confrontation is nigh. Jesus Christ! Do you have popotos for brains, you overstuffed buffoon? My beloved boy's been turned into a stinking corpse, if you hadn't bloody noticed. You. After or something, was it? Hildy's told me all about your hijinks together. Pleased to meet you. My dear boy's always had a bit of a rebellious streak, what can I say? I can come on a bit too strong at times. But can you blame me? This time I thought I'd sit back and leave things to my sorry-ass husband here, and look what that got me. You'll help me out, won't you? Her name is Julianne. I'm presuming that's how it should be pronounced rather than Julian. Reunited with my dear boy for the first time in ages. Just look at him. He's green. Fortunately, there's still time to reverse the zombie curse, and I know just the remedy. A vial of holy water. The ingredients are simple. A tatter of oversoul rags, a vial of twice distilled water. Syntagots at the market stocks the former, and the latter you can procure from a trader by the name of Guest. Now hurry! Once the poison spreads throughout his veins, no antidote will save him. In the meantime, I'll search for the bumbler's bumbling assistant. With any luck, Miss Nashu is still alive. Ouch, that smarts. Ye gads, Hildy. You're looking none too hearty yourself. No thanks to you, you bumbling oaf. Now, are you going to accompany after here and make yourself useful, or do I have to reintroduce you to that wall? But of course, milady. Gilgamesh is ever at your service. Syntagot sundries, was it? Come now after. There's work to be done. I should have ran the other way. Whilst I'm here... None of it's great, but at least it's all level 90. Oversoul rags, you say? Fear of only a single tatter left in stock, and it's already been spoken for. But my good man, you must reconsider. My dear friend's life, and quite possibly my own as well, hangs in the balance. I sympathise with your plight, friend, but a man has to make a living. I've been promised a copious supply of rare chimera membrane for these rags. Unless you can offer me the same, no deal. Yeah, and you expect us to be able to summon such a rarity out of nowhere at a moment's notice? Well, look what we have here. If it isn't the warrior light from the Colosseum. Funny who you meet at the markets. Sup. As it happens, I just returned from my training, and the slaying of 10 chimeras just happened to be my task for the day. If it's chimera membrane you seek, you're more than welcome to a share. My lady, you are far too kind. Don't mention it. If it hadn't been for Inspector Hildibrand and after here, I'd still be tag teaming with that slimy beast and cheating my way to fame and fortune. And I'm a woman who pays her debts. Interesting that you see us thwarting your plan positively. That'll take me if it wasn't Avila the Tempest. Ever since she confessed to her trickery and started climbing back up from the bottom of the ranks, I've been proud to call myself one of her biggest fans. Well, I've half a mind to give you the rags you seek simply for the privilege of meeting her. Kind sentiment, my good man, but we are more than happy to uphold our side of the bargain, aren't we, after? And with this, our task... and with this, our task here is done. Now, let us find this trader named Guest. Blundering Mandeville boy's on his last legs, and you need something of mine to save him, you say? Huh, perhaps you can give me a good reason why I should care. Those bloody Mandevilles are richer than the traders themselves, yet they have the audacity to haggle me down to the last gil for every purchase. If the family line ended today, I'd be a happier and wealthier man. And now, I believe the ballroom calls. Good day to you, and do pass along my condolences to the grieving parents. Have you not a shred of honour or compassion in that spindly body? Business rival or no, the man is on death's doorstep. After the events of that day, my father will not so easily forgive and forget. But it matters not to me. No, my love for you is as deep as the seven seas. I beg of you, my lady, may I have this dance? Hey guys. After, what a lovely surprise. Are you here for the ball, perchance? Heavens, the poor inspector. Well, if it isn't the Lapis Maiden in the flesh. What say you bid farewell to preening fops and scruffy adventurers and share a dance with a cultured gentleman befitting your great beauty? Why, it would be a pleasure and an honour both, my lord. Provided you first provide my good friend after with the bottle of twice distilled water that she seeks. You know this woman? Ah, if this is the price you should set, then so be it. Take it. It's barely worth its weight in gil anyway. Now, shall we, Miss Arabella? Knew Hildy to be a worthy rival, but to think he was this beloved by so many. Clearly this realm would deeply mourn his loss. Quickly, let us deliver these goods while there is still time to save him. I trust the two of you wouldn't dare come back empty-handed. Bloody brilliant. Aye, I'd take you over my muscle-headed half-wit of a husband any day. Now, stand back and let me show you some real Mandeville home cooking. Thal, you bloody bugger, guide my skillet. Aye, that should stop its spread. Now it's up to Hildy to flush what's left out of it out of his system. Don't worry, he's my son after all. Reckon he's still got some fight left in him. Look who I found. She was slumbering obliviously in a rubbish-strewn corner of Pearl Lane. Boy, did that nap feel good. I'm sure it did. Word has it that Ellie's been sighted at the Sildine ruins. We must go there with all haste. You done well by my dear boy today. Don't worry, I'll handle things from here. There's a nice warm bed for him, and I think I know a few specialists who might know a thing or two about his condition. What in the 7 hours are you standing round for? The future of Uldar's at stake. I like Julianne. After, my strength is yours as well, for Uldar, and for our friend Hildy. You remind me of me husband, what with you having more muscles than sense. If you're so keen on making yourself useful, why don't you run the market and bring me some fire crystals? Keeping my dear boy warm's key to fighting off the zombification. Let's see, I believe 20 crates or so should suffice. I am a warrior, not an Yes, milady. I say, Enkidu, the burden we must bear simply to secure my long-awaited final confrontation with After. That said, the events of today have given me cause to reflect. After and Hildy both. Oh, to be blessed with such veritable legions of friends, tried and true. But alas, not I. No, only one true friend have I ever known, and she is long lost to me. You are a fine bird, and have given me great comfort in my travels, but you will never be Enkidu, my one and true companion. Oh, my dear friend, were you here with me, even After could not stand against our combined might. Oh, Enkidu, wherever you may wander, hear my words and return here to my side. Enkidu, do you hear me? Enkidu! Yads! What was that flash from the heavens? It nearly blinded me. And what? The crystals. Where have they gone? Oh, he summoned a primal Enkidu. Fancy meeting you here, old friend. That voice, could it be? My faithful companion. Why must you always make me wait so? What are you doing dilly-dallying around here? Let me jog your memory. There's a moonsick maid digging around at the Sildine excavation site with her mind set on turning Uldar into the land of the walking dead. You're concerned for Hildy's most touching, but don't you worry. Mommy dearest isn't going to let her beloved son kick the bucket that easy. Not actually in it. Okay. We've managed to track down Miss Ellie just up ahead. Where your friends watch over her as we speak. Yet no matter how many times we try to reach out to her, she refuses to so much as answer. Needless to say, we considered physically incapacitating her. But that crate she's sitting on isn't just a makeshift chair. It's filled to the brim with the trader's spurn. One misstep and the consequences could be dire indeed. You're our only hope after, even in a single-minded rage. Surely the time you spent together must still count for something. You need not put yourself in undue danger. I only ask that you step forth to where your voice may be heard and call out your friend's name. I beg of you after. Surely if anyone can convince the woman to abandon her madness, it's you. Where the fuck? Oh, there the fuck. Hey. How you doing? Ellie! Oh. Ellie! After. I suggest you leave this place while you still can. I bear you no grudge. But should you so much as think of interfering, I'll not hesitate to turn you into a zombie too. She's wearing all of the stuff she's stolen. So it was you after all. Consider me disappointed. Your sister Cece is already in custody. Surrender now, and I will see that no harm befalls her. That was easy. How little you understand us, Inspector. Then again, how could one born into a life of power and privilege ever hope to understand? Cece and I have no family, no friends, no fortune, nothing. Two sisters against the world, with only our quest for justice to give us meaning. Long ago, we made a vow. Should the worst happen, our mission takes priority over all. Yes, over our own wretched lives. Do you see now? Anything I might have once had to lose, I lost long ago. Now stand down or suffer the same fate as the Uldan dogs you would defend. Ellie, stop this madness. I'm sorry, Inspector. That's a lot of zombies. There's too many of them. Wait, what? All in a day's work for a Mandeville man. It's hammer time. What? How? I want that weapon. Nice. How come she can command them? Is that because of the relics that she's wearing? You only delay the inevitable. I have an entire legion of the undead at my beck and call. Face it, it's only with Inspector Hildibrand's ridiculous good fortune that you even made it this far, and he's as good as 6 foams under. Be forewarned, girl. No, I speak from experience when I say this. Underestimate Hildy, and you do so at your own peril. I'm afraid you underestimate me as well. No mere splash of holy water can stave off the effects of the trader's spurn. Fear the good inspector's luck has finally run out. Val's balls, is there no end to him? I'm not liking our chances. Greg, was it? Oh, he actually answers to Greg now. It's a shame to lose you. Warrior of light that you are, you might yet have served one last purpose for us. Go forth, my zombie minions. So taken aback she fell. Oh God. When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. Bugger me with a broadsword, are my eyes to be believed? That pose. No, these are not 4 warriors of light that I see. They are 4 gentlemen of light. That's the fucking shiny bald head. Just so, my good man. Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. Did you miss me? Aye, we meet again, girl. Tell me you've got my Snurble tonic, or I'll fashion myself a wig from your lovely locks after I've ripped him clean from your bloody head. Oh, hello there, Mr. Elazar. Cool, you're looking absolutely resplendent today. Impossible. The holy water couldn't have cured him. It didn't. Fortunately, our overlord spent quite some time building up an immunity to zombie powder. When we heard that Master Zombiebrand was at risk of joining the actual dead, we knew we had to take action. An immunity to... I'm just going to pretend that makes any kind of sense. The game is up, Miss Ellie. Pray, abandon this madness. Besides, plots of mass murder hardly suit a lady like yourself. It's over. It's all over. Inspector Briadine, you said there was something you would tell me when all this was through. I imagine you have no words for me now. Ellie, your powers of deduction are wanting. You said you'd lost everything and everyone you had to lose, did you not? As for me, I have found something, someone, with whom I intend never to part. I care not if it takes years, even decades. When you emerge from your jail cell a free woman, I will be there. What say you? I mean, she's literally killed 4 people and stolen a bunch of shit. She probably ain't gonna get released anytime soon. Just saying. Miss Ellie, while the crimes perpetrated by you and your sister are unpardonable, you are far from the only ones guilty. On behalf of the Syndicate, I offer my apologies for the false aspersions cast upon your ancestors. You said the nation of Uldar was built on lies. Seeing what I have seen today, I cannot deny your words. It will not be an easy task to rewrite, nay, restore history, but know this. I will do everything in my power to bring the truth to the fore. Are we not forgetting someone here? And by someone, I mean me. If you're quite done playing Cloak and Dagger, I require After's presence for a matter of far greater importance. Aye, the time of our too long delayed confrontation is nigh. Why the long face, friend? Ah, but mayhaps this will have you singing a happier tune. Could it be the treaty blade? And the true one at that? None other. I have not the slightest intention of parting with it, save to the one who would defeat me in single combat. Ah, but I misspeak. It will not be single combat this time. Is that my cue, old friend? Oh. Thou be merciful. What is that abomination? Some new breed of voidsent? Abomination? I'll thank you to address my company with courtesy, girl. Ah, but 'twas the most curious thing. There I was, hauling a crate full of crystals for Hildy's mother and thinking how much better things would be if my dear friend Enkidu were here. Then came a flash from the heavens, and the next thing I knew, there she was. By the gods, it makes perfect sense. Doubtless the crystals heard Greg's heartfelt plea, summoning forth his friend. Nay, no mere friend, but rather the primal Enkidu. And the world has now completely and utterly ceased to be bound by the laws of logic. After, you may have bested me in the past, but facing the two of us together will not prove so easy a task. And yet I trust you will not shirk from the challenge. I, Enkidu and I shall await you at Amdapor Keep. "'Tis a ways from here, but what better venue for our climactic confrontation? If you would claim the treaty blade, then claim it from me as a warrior. To the skies, Enkidu! To the skies!" Two against one? That's not very gentlemanly of you, Greg. Come after, to Amdapor. This is a grave development indeed. To think that one man could summon a primal on his own. I must send word to the Scions at once. Hello, I'm here. Oh, but of course. I'd nearly forgotten we had a warrior of light in our very midst. Please, you are our only hope to slay the primal and reclaim the blade. So, Amdapor is South Shroud, south of Quarry Mill. What the fuck? Is that you, After? Pray, forgive me, I was right on Greg's tail when I encountered a subterranean curiosity that demanded my immediate attention. I'll be concluding my investigation forthwith, but in the meantime, might I trouble you to entertain Greg and his primal friend in my stead? Together, we will reclaim the treaty blade from that knave. Yes, just go on ahead. I'll be along directly. Battle in the Big Keep. At long last, we meet again on the battlefield. I dare say Enkidu shall come to something or other. You, however, might not find this one so enjoyable. Unless you enjoy getting pounded senseless, ha! Okay, it's another duo fight. Just like with Ultros and Typhon. Okay. I'm just kind of interested in seeing some mechanics, to be honest. It's been almost a minute and I've yet to see a mechanic. There's a mechanic. Okay, I'm actually close to death. Now what are you gonna do? Oh, it's a multi-stage fight. Okay. Me? Run away? Ha! I was but seeking out a more suitable spot to celebrate my inevitable victory. But enough exposition. Now we fight like men! And ladies who dress like men! For Gilgamesh, it is transmogrifying time! Oh shit. The mightiest warrior ever to grace Eorzea stands before you, by which I mean I, Gilgamesh. Prepare yourself. It would have been interesting if he was using all the relic weapons. You have some skill, I'll give you that. But Gilgamesh is only just beginning. Oh. No, the mighty Gilgamesh will not be defeated. You will. Divide and conquer. Oh. There are mechanics. There are mechanics in this that I don't think I've seen in any other Realm Reborn fight. Huh. That's actually cool. Ads. Not the strongest of swords, but it should suffice. Masamune. I mean, it does look about 10 feet long. You got anything else up your sleeves? Excalibur and Excalibur. You're just gonna repeat mechanics. It's fine. Okay, yeah, I think you're just gonna repeat mechanics. Time to die. Enough expository banter. To think my full complement of arms would avail me naught. To think... Oh, wait, no. That's the same line. No more hijinks from Gilgamesh. You have my word. The Treaty Blade too I shall return, just as soon as I remember where I hid it. Anyway, I yield to your unparalleled puissance. And now I have an Enkidu. Not? Ha! I lied again! You can take that fusty old blade for all I care. I thirst for true power, and naught save the strongest of swords shall do. Warrior of light, you have proven a worthy opponent, but I warn you, treasure every moment with your weapon. For as sure as day follows night, the hour will come when I claim it as mine own. What ho after? Have you seen Greg and his oversized avian companion? Lead them to me at once, and we shall deliver the coup de grace together. The battle has already been won. That is triumphant news indeed. Clearly the lessons you've learned from me have not been for naught. And what's this you say? The treaty blade lies hidden somewhere in the nearby wood. Worry not, my ever-loyal associate, for no buried treasure will escape the keen eye of Hildibrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire. Now, which way was the forest again? After, what news of the Primal and the Treaty Blade? Remarkable. I knew the Warrior of Light would emerge triumphant. Let us hope that Inspector Hildibrand enjoys similar success in finding the blade. Such design, such craftsmanship. At once bold and beautiful, yet sensitive and refined. I believe I found the inspiration for my next masterpiece. Of course they're beautiful. They were the greatest treasures of Lost Sildee. To think they were locked away in the vaults of those that destroyed our homeland and dragged our ancestors' names through the mud. And just how did you come to know of these long-lost relics? There was an ancient scroll passed down in our family, left to us by our dear grandma. It spoke of the 4 warriors of light, their 4 relics, and an incantation of untold power. If we could have wielded this magical legend, Ellie and I might still have had the last laugh. Alas, speaking the words had no effect. Only a warrior of light can wield the power, or so the legend goes. What I wouldn't have given to seen it. The ultimate achievement of the greatest mages this realm has ever known. And just what sort of incantation is it? The ring casts open the doors of justice. The wise man whispers a verdict true. Azima's virtue shines down from the heavens. To complete the incantation, the warrior of light would then hold forth the treaty blade and speak. Blade in hand, I swear unto you. The legends differ as to what happens next, but all speak of a great holy radiance shining down from the heavens. Over here, friends! Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, returns with tidings most triumphant. Behold, safe in my hands, none other than the treaty blade, and the real one this time, I swear unto you. Yes, yes, just like that, I swear unto you. Then... My word, whatever is this odd tingling sensation? Ridiculous! Hildibrand isn't a warrior of light, he's just some fool who thought he could stop the lesser moon with his own bare hands. It would seem the treaty blade is just as confused as the rest of us. No, the light! Someone stop it! I won't stand to see the legendary power of our forefathers wielded by this muscle-bound buffoon. Dear fucking God. Skyward ho! Hildibrand blasting off again! Well, I dare say that proved to be a most useful incantation indeed. And so the light of justice that shone from the treaty blade banished the shadow, returning peace to the land. So the legend ended. I must say, I never expected it quite literally a beam of light. I suppose it wouldn't have been much use to us after all. Inspector? Oh, Inspector, wait for me! Val's balls, Hildy. First you almost die at your poor mother's feet, now you fly off to God knows where without even giving her a kiss goodbye. Oh, it appears that a case of wanderlust has once again struck Hildibrand, as it has many a Mandeville man before him. Godspeed, my boy. When the day comes that you tire of mystery solving, your dear old man will be here to pass on to you the family art. So in the end, the Sildine incantation of legend was wielded not by a warrior of light, but a gentleman of light. Well, the treaty blade is some 6 centuries old after all. Perhaps it's not quite as sharp as it used to be. The magic that brought peace and happiness to the people of Belladia. It was every bit as beautiful as I imagined. To think I'd see it with my own eyes. It's nothing short of a dream come true. He bumbles and stumbles through yet another case, and still he manages to make a girl's dream come true. A gentleman to the end. The bloody bastard. Whee! What's this? A glint in the corner of my eye? A curious scent wafting in on the winds from a far-flung land. Do I smell a case? Worry not for me, my friends, for whenever the wronged want for succor, I, Hildibrand, shall be there. When we meet again! And that is the A Realm Reborn Hildibrand quests. Done. Finally. Took a minute. Of course, that's not all. I love how it's like an anime intro. Or closing. Hildibrand will return? Yeah, they got renewed for another season. Nope. I'll be there for you. Gentlewoman. And I now have a wind-up Hildy. Okay. Well, let's jump straight into Heavensward. There's less quests. Considerably less. I don't know what their length is, but there's only 8 quests in Heavensward. So hopefully we can get through them a bit quicker. Because I've got to get caught up to Endwalker. Yep. Okay, so it looks like the retainer set. Yeah. Alright. God damn, though. The bust. It's undieable. That seems odd, but okay. I mean, I know that there's sets that use the same model, but just are dieable. Okay, well, we need to head to the Foundation, I presume. And I am going to quickly pop to the toilet and grab a drink, and then we will jump into Heavensward's. Hildibrand questline. Ugh. I also got a snack of an egg custard tart. Not quite a pasta di nata, but a shitty approximation of. It would be a level 60 quest. As it's as it's a cap quest. Ah, I think I may have found it. As my snack falls apart on me. How are my retainers looking? 10 minutes, okay. Hey, Nashu. Didn't dress up for the cold, huh? Let's go. As you catch sight of Nashu, you cannot help but wonder if you're about to have a bad time. Well, I'll be. Afterbun in the flesh. A pleasure to see you again. Wait, is this what they call serendipity? It is, isn't it? That settles it. You've got to help me find the inspector. Core, I was hoping you'd silently agree. So, I've been trying to calculate the trajectory the inspector took when he was catapulted into the sky again. I've triple-checked my figures and concluded he must have landed somewhere here in Ishgard. Unfortunately, the investigation hasn't been proceeding as smoothly as I'd hoped. But now that you're here, we're sure to make some progress. Come, let's speak with the merchants and see if anyone has had dealings with the gentlemanly Highlander. Oh, I have to speak to all of them, okay. A gentlemanly Highlander, you say? My apologies, but I can't say I have had dealings with a man as you described. Good morrow to you, madam. Oh, you're looking for someone. A gentlemanly Highlander? I know not this man of whom you speak, but mayhap Mistress Alize does? She's quite acquainted with rather a lot of merchants and noblemen. Sold my fair share of goods to Highlander adventurers, aye, but I'd not describe such clients as particularly gentlemanly, I'm afraid. As ever, a warm welcome to you, miss. How may I be of service? A gentlemanly Highlander, you say? Now that I think of it, I have heard tell of a foreigner who may be the man whom you seek. Begging your pardons, miss, but did you say you know Inspector Hildibrand? I didn't quite get to the mute button in time. I did that time. An acquaintance of yours, I presume. I do not know his name, only that he is here by invitation of Lord Edmond, or so it's rumoured. Surely, as a ward of Housefort Tom, it would be a trifling matter to go and ask after him at the manor. Oh, I knew it was serendipity. To Fortem Manor. Sorry, I'm trying to get my fan in the right position. Because apparently it blowing on me is too cold and it makes me sneeze right now. But it turned off is a little bit too warm. Well met, Mr. Spun. Do you require assistance? Aye, it's as you say. At this time, Lord Edmund's entertaining a foreign guest. Huzzah! We found the inspector! If I'm not mistaken, their meeting should be ending shortly. If you like, you may retire to the gazebo and wait for our guests to depart. A gazebo? Aren't those dangerous? Then again, you seem a responsible sort, not like to let a wild gazebo run amok. Very well, we humbly accept your offer. And if it wakes up, I'll have you there to protect me. What do you think a gazebo is? A gorilla? That must be Inspector Hildibrand. I cannot well imagine how arduous your journey must have been. Truth be told, I've found the brisk Curthin air to be rather invigorating. It stimulates body and mind both, a welcome benefit when one must discuss matters of commerce. I dare say we would not have accomplished so much otherwise. There you are, Inspector. I've been looking all over for you. I say, who do I see before me? Not one, but two of my beloved son's faithful companions. Lord Godbert, but I thought... Hildy? In Ishgard? This is the first I've heard of it. I found you at last, heretic. Yes, you, the hulking brute with a mad gleam in his eye. Your brazen heresy is plain for all to see. Surrender yourself to the Inquisition at once. I beg your pardon? This man's an all-darn merchant here at the behest of House Fortom. Such baseless accusations will not be tolerated. A guest of House Fortom? Then he couldn't possibly. Though there were those two wards that they were acquitted of all charges in trial by combat, and if he demands the right to, then I would personally have to... Oh dear. A thousand apologies, good sir. I spoke out of turn. I'm Seer, and as you may well have guessed, I'm an inquisitor who's been charged with investigating reports of a rather suspicious, possibly heretical individual. Oh, a heretic, you say? One who bears a passing resemblance to me? Aye, a man, rather muscular, wearing dark garments and acquitting himself in a somewhat gentlemanly fashion, as some might say. This heretic sounds like the spitting image of Inspector Hildibrand. Could he be a fan? Say again, you're acquainted with such a man? I see. The man you're looking for is Lord Godbert's son. It would seem that our investigations may be connected. So I put to you a proposal. The first reported sightings of the heretic I'm tracking down came from Falcon's Nest. Mayhap we should journey there together? It is, after all, possible that we're seeking the selfsame individual. If so, and if he is innocent, it would be for the best if you were present when I apprehend him, that we might resolve this matter without incident. I say we go with him. This looks to be our best lead yet. Then I shall accompany you all. It's been far too long since I laid eyes on my beloved son, and if there's a chance we might be reunited, I should be glad to seize it. Then it is settled. We shall leave for Falcon's Nest at once. Does this? No. That just takes me out to Curthis Central. It doesn't take me to Western. Sup? Mistress Bunn, are these your travelling companions? The mysterious muscular vagabond. Ah, yes. A patrol sighted him lurking near the dusk vigil. Thinking he might be a lost traveller, they called out to him, but rather than approach, he fled. Quite frankly, I was surprised you bothered to come all this way. That sighting barely warranted a mention in my report. Aha! The unmistakable scent of heresy. Terribly sorry. Old habit I picked up from my mentor. I know. I'll not rush to judgment as before. Still, much as I hope you will find your missing inspector, I must confess some small desire that we instead unearth a lingering pocket of heresy. Of late, there have been virtually no confirmed instances of heretical misdeeds. It's gotten so bad that some are speculating our funding may be reduced, or worse, that the Inquisition's operations might come under review. That's why, alone as my witness, I will find and bring a heretic to justice, and prove our order still has value in these uncertain times. Yes, I understand you have your reasons, but whether or not this vagabond was a heretic remains to be seen. Still, if you're set upon your course, you might begin your search near the Dusk Vigil. An excellent suggestion, Sir Redwald. Should we succeed in our endeavour, rest assured that you will share in the glory. The hunt continues. Onward to the Dusk Vigil. I'm told that region is especially cold, so do not forget to dress appropriately for the weather. I like how Godbert is just wearing gloves and boots. And that's the only difference. He was wearing a coat. So one issue with the Heavensward zones. They're massive, and several of them don't have many teleports. Or if they do have teleports, they're like clustered around one side of the map. I was here earlier today getting some of the lemon flavored candies for the resistance relic. Wait, what? You're wearing less clothes now. This land has a beauty all its own, don't you think? Pity my dear wife isn't here to enjoy it. Just you're managing? Good, it would be a shame if we had to turn back now. Why are you wearing less clothing? Is he going to end up naked in a second? Fury take me, it's freezing. But this is a waste of time. No living thing could survive in this godforsaken wasteland. Over there, look! Someone's coming from the vigil. Inspector! Inspector, is that you? It looks like Zombiebrand. Oh. As I live and breathe, of all the places to be reunited with Master Zombiebrand's compatriots, how fare you all this fine afternoon? Hark! A heretic raised from the dead by his brother's unholy magics. He's not a heretic. He's one of the gentle dead men. What brings you so far from Uldar, good sir? Well, as you know, ours is a rather lonely existence, so when we heard rumours of an abandoned fortress held by zombies, we were delighted. I was chosen to serve as emissary and set out immediately. Alas, it seems my efforts were for naught. I already killed them, I'm sorry. Eh? Truly? Every last one, dead? That is to say, irrevocably dead. If it was necessary, then so be it. Still, after coming all this way, it is more than a little disappointing, you understand? Then, my calculations were wrong? The inspector didn't land in Kurthus? Now, do not fret so. If it's our overlord you seek, then you're in luck. As the founder of the Gentle Dead Men, our fates and our ether are inextricably entwined. In fact, I can feel it calling to me now. Truly, good sir. You can guide us to Inspector Hildibrand. As surely as my rotting nose can lead me to fresh brains. Follow me, my friends. One must remain vigilant for heresy, for it can manifest in myriad ways. 'Tis a vile, insidious sickness which can needs be burned out ere the infection takes hold. Surely zombification would qualify, yes? Confound it, they've left us behind! Who do they think they are, commandeering this investigation and employing a zombie as a bloodhound? It beggars belief. We must regain control of the situation. With me. Don't call it a comeback. Is the title of the quest. Okay. Where up? Okay, not that much further. And he's doing squats, because of course he is. Hold a moment, my friends. I must needs concentrate. Master Zombiebrand is indeed nearby, but there's also something else. Mayhap a powerful magic confounding my senses. I can guide you no further. We must needs split up and search the area. Now see here, these wastes are infested with wild beasts, and you would have us split up? After can handle herself, true, and you've clearly no reason to fear death. What of Mistress Nashu? I take your meaning, my good zombie. After, pray, see to the lady's protection. Inquisitor Seer, would you care to take the lead? Come on, you two, the inspector's out there somewhere. Oh, I see him. Look, that's got to be the inspector. Surrounded by yetis. And he's surrounded by giant, fluffy, man-shaped gazebos. Nay, my lady, they are not mere gazebos. Note their regal bearing. They are gentlemen gazebos. Fearsome yet fastidious foes who would surely tear me rotting limb from limb. Only after can save Master Zombiebrand now. Inspect the gentlemanly legs. Ooh, Inspector, Inspector, can you hear me? We've been looking all over for you. Oh, but this just won't do. We've got to get you out of there before you catch cold. Up and at 'em. Everyone is waiting for you. Forgive me. If I pull any harder, my arms are like to tear. Ah, there you are. We heard shouting. Have you perchance found something? Fury, take me. Is that my heretic? Confound it, I wanted him alive. Inspector Hildibrand is definitely not a heretic, and he's probably not dead either. He's just hibernating, like last time. Hildy ever was a late riser. Fear not, my wife and I had our ways of waking him. Hildibrand, Heliodor, get up right this instant! Oh god. Oh god. Why is he diving? No, no, oh! How is that any better than before? He's deeper? Huh. Was it the Mandeville Meteor Strike or the Mandeville Meteor Drive? Maybe Julianne was right. Trying to name everything all only leads to needless confusion. One more time, then. Out you go. Vivi? A mammoth. Splendidly suplexed, Lord Godbert. Where am I? The snowy wastelands of Kurthus. And who are these people I see before me? Ah, but of course. Who else would venture into inhospitable climes and wake me from slumber sweet but my beloved fans? Why do I feel as though I've stepped through a portal into an alternate reality unbound by the laws of logic? You kinda have. What is that? A mammoth? Where did it come from? Oh, that? When my father drove me into the earth, I found it buried beneath the snow. A little Lalafelin girl, how adorable! Nashu, please. Note the firm, muscular legs, not unlike my own. 'Tis clearly a Lalafelin boy. Now that you mention it, I suppose his features are rather masculine. You two cannot possibly be serious. I'm the very soul of seriousness, good sir, especially in matters of deduction. This is undoubtedly a young boy whom, much like myself, fell into a deep slumber upon being buried beneath the snow. Now then, let us gently wake him and ascertain his identity. Jesus! There, that ought to do it. Giggy, giggy. What is this place? Who am I? I hate when he pulls those faces. I can't help but just see Momo. It would seem that although Father's ungentle ministration served to restore this young boy to life, they also robbed him of his memory. How did I get here? Who am I? Why can I not remember? Do not worry, young man. Everything will be alright, take it from me. I've lost my memory more times than I can even remember. Then can you help me to remember? Yes, your name is Cheesebot. You were designed to differentiate cheese and petrol. Hearken to me now, for I, Hildibrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby swear to solve the mystery of the amnesic hobbledehoy. Wonderful, wonderful! I'll get started on a batch of Nashu's Delights. Ah, effective as your explosives were in the past, I suspect young Gigi lacks the hearty constitution required to survive such an approach. Gigi, is that my name? When you woke, you were muttering GGGG. I suspect the phrase may hold some significance for you, so until such time as we learn your real name, I say why not adopt it as a playful moniker? But that's just a sound all Mammoths make. What kind of imbecile goes and names a Mammoth Gigi anyway? Gigi, I like this name. Thank you, kind sir. But how will this new name help me to remember who I am? Patience, Gigi. This is only the beginning. Next, we'll return to the city and see if we cannot find any who know who you are. Come along. Now that I know our overlord's safe and sound, I too must take my leave of you and return to my brothers. I dare say rigor mortis will set in if I remain here any longer. Bound for Thanalan, then allow me to accompany you. Julianne will give me no end of trouble if I keep her waiting much longer, though perhaps she'll forgive me once I tell her of Hildy's return. This is rather a lot to digest, though you have the look of one accustomed to such happenings. In any case, regardless of Mistress Nashu's protestations, the Inspector will not be granted access to the capital until we can confirm that he is not a heretic. You have my word that he'll be treated fairly. Hey, Julianne. Assuming that is you. There we go. We are a quarter of the way through the Heavensward questline already. Yuri, take me, that man. Ah, after. I suppose you've heard the news then. The Inspector Hildibrand was cleared of all suspicion and judged to be no more than an eccentric curiosity. If you're looking for him, good luck. I wanted to thank him for his cooperation, but as soon as the Temple Knights released him, he and his assistant ran off to God knows where with that mammoth in tow. As for my investigation, in spite of all the twists and turns, I managed to salvage a satisfactory result. As far as the Inquisition is concerned, the suspicious vagabond was naught more than a zombie which wandered away from the Dusk Vigil. Sickness which has since been purged. So it would seem that all is right with the world once more. For now. I've no doubt that the Inspector will turn up again like a bad gill, and when he does, trouble is sure to follow. Oh, okay. It's pink now. Did that just say the banker? I pray this eve finds you well, or at least better than it finds me. Seems I have no choice but to seek out that Inspector and convince him to surrender up his marmot to me. Was unearthed under most suspicious circumstances, after all, and who can say what secrets or heresy it might hold? Therefore, the Inquisition would conduct a thorough inspection, and if needs must, destroy it. Given his affinity for the contraption, I fear the Inspector may not be amenable to my request. Nevertheless, he must be made to see that it is in the interest of public safety. Would you be willing to help me persuade him? Fuck me, I cannot read. Fury be praised. At least you've seen reason. Let us pray he will as well. I'm given to understand that while the Inspector and his assistant have been wandering all over the city with the mammoth in tow, they often frequent the gazebo near Forton Manor. With any luck, they'll be there now. Wait, no, the gazebo. Verily shall we scour all creation, from the deepest pits of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, for the answers we seek. Every day shall be filled with grand adventures, the stuff of fairy tales and legends. Huzzah! A grand adventure in the deepest pits of the seven hells. Just so. Such is the creed of Hildibrand, agent of enquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Well posed, GG, well posed. I dare say you have the potential to be an exemplary inspector someday. Right, that's enough of that. By virtue of the authority vested in me by the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory Doctrine, I hereby command you to surrender that mammoth of suspected heretical origin into my custody. Why, hello there, After, and Inquisitor Seer, ever the jester, accusing poor Gigi of being a clockwork heretic when 'tis plain to see he's merely a precocious young lad. Oh, there you go again, confusing the poor girl, as if those big, beautiful, boxy eyes aren't the soul of femininity. Nashu, please, were you not witness to the magnificent display of Mandevillian masculinity mere moments ago? That's because you haven't taught her any better. She needs a proper role model to show her what's what. Mistress Bunn, Inspector Seer, what's all this commotion? We can hear you from the courtyard. Oh, Lord Edmond, my sincerest apologies for the disturbance. I'm come to seize the mammoth on behalf of the Inquisition, a fact which I clearly explained to the Inspector before you arrived. At which point they set to bickering about the contraption's gender. What say you, my lord? Do you think Gigi a boy or a girl? She's clearly a strapping young lad, no? Fury take me, not you two. Has the whole world gone mad? Fine, fine, but even supposing that this Gigi is a real boy, you cannot deny the circumstances of his discovery and miraculous resuscitation. resuscitation were most unusual. He cannot be suffered to roam the city with impunity until the Inquisition is determined he is not a threat. I beg your pardon? Miraculous resuscitation? I see. Then, until such time as Gigi recovers his memory, mayhap it would be best if you adopt him as a ward of House Mandeville. I'll even stand as witness here and now, if you wish. Adopt? Then that would make me Gigi's father? Doubtless the Inquisition would think better of taking any action which might threaten the cordial relationship between our two houses. Yes, of course. I'll do it. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby grant this child the patronage of House Mandeville. Papa Hildy! Papa Hildy! The Inspector's finally become a father. It's so beautiful. Quite. Now that you need no longer fear the Inquisition, you are free to show Gigi more of our fair city. Indeed, I strongly encourage you to do so. Mayhap, by the grace of the Fury, something will jog his memory. Thank you, Lord Edmond. I shall not forget this kindness. Come, my faithful assistant, my beloved son, we must away! Oh, alone. I would not presume to question your grand design, but... confound it all! Well, mayhap I cannot detain the mammoth, but I'm still within my rights to observe the blasted thing. Lord Godbert would be pleased to hear that his son is as hale and healthy as ever. Not that I would ever presume to meddle on another father's behalf, and certainly not without consent. Wait, what? I wasn't paying attention and I went past it. My bad. Come now, Gigi. Surely gazing upon this wondrous work of Ishgardian architecture stirs something within your soul. This grand manor of House Durin Meltemsart. Pray, do not fill the boy, the mammoth's head, with such nonsense. This is the supreme sacred tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory doctrine. I should know. I work there. Furthermore, I'm quite certain that there is no house Durin Meltemsart, and that it is rather a ludicrous portmanteau of the four high houses, including that esteemed house which but recently stood as witness to your adoption. Well, Gigi, do you remember anything? No, nothing. I say, rather than parading him before the grandiose, why not give him a taste of something more prosaic? Let us make our way to the holy stables that he might bask in a singular sight, sounds and smells of Ishgard's famous chocobos. Almost looked like a bobblehead there for a second. To the stables. Hey, Nix. Hello. Splendid specimens of horsebird flesh, would you not agree? In the hands of a skilled jockey, any one of them could take first place at the saucer. These chocobos are the pride of the Ishgardian cavalry, and any temple knight who dared exploit them for personal gain would answer to the Fury herself. How about now, Gigi? Do you remember anything about Ishgard? Be sure to sniff the chocobos. It might help. Oh, look at you. Being so adorable. You're still ignoring the cat bed. Sniff. Sniff. It didn't. You know, just because you found him in a Curthan snowbank, it doesn't mean he hails from Ishgard. Which is why we ought to try taking him to the markets and exposing him to all manner of goods from across Eorzea. Excellent suggestion, Inquisitor. Wait, am I now complicit in this farce? Fury, forgive me. But I want one! I want one! Buy me a chocobo, please, father! Father, that strange-looking thing is staring at us. Gigi. Gigi. Am I that strange-looking? So is this basically just Pinocchio? Is that what's going on? I mean, it does make sense that they look like Vivi. And they're contemplating whether or not they're a real boy. Although I suppose you could do the same for Zidane. And less of the real boy stuff, though, I guess. Why bother? It's no use. Now, Gigi, you must not give in to despair so easily. Did I not promise you days filled with grand adventure and the eventual discovery of your mislaid memories? Spirits, Gigi, spirits! Uh-oh. What's up? What you meowing for? You want play? Huh? Go on. Go for it. No. No, she's lost interest. Okay. Oh, has she? Are you now just going to go back to meowing at me and begging for something? It's a bit early to feed you, but you do have food. You've got your dry food. I don't think you've been downstairs since I've cleaned your litter box, so it's not that. And you've just been upstairs napping on my bed for the last, like, 4 hours. So what do you want? You also don't want to jump on my lap. Nope. She's not getting the giant eyes. No. Does not seem interested. Okay. My word. Vase flung to the ground with reckless abandon. Could this be the opening salvo of an indiscriminate campaign of vandalism? It was you, you dolt. One waged by your wild gesticulations, perhaps? At least look before you strike a pose. The gods only know how much that vase cost. 123,504,000 gil at last assessment. 'Twas over 700 years old and graced the homes of a dozen archbishops, 8 counts, 2 lord commanders, and 1 duke. 100 million! What was it doing on display? Oh, Alone, why have you forsaken me? Oh. Repair magic? Well, would you look at that? It's a miracle. Nay, the divine intervention of the Fury herself. Did I do that? Gigi, my boy, that was marvellous. You're a born artisan, just like father. Papa, Hildy's papa. Your grandpapa, Godbert, the man who woke you with a few gentle taps to the noggin. You wouldn't believe what else he can do with that hammer of his. Why, some folks says he wields the very powers of life and death. Once he and the missus come back from their tour of the Western Highlands, I'm sure they'd love to see that trick of yours. Do not demean this mammoth's power as a mere parlour trick. We just witnessed a miracle, and I demand you all acknowledge it. This mammoth? Sir, I say sir, 100 million gil for the mammoth. Nay, 100 million gil and the Duke's priceless vase. My word, is this what passes for trade in Ishgard? Gigi is my flesh and blood. I will not sell him at any price. Please, Papa, Hildy, no more. I know you mean well, but we can deny the truth no longer. I am a mammoth. Gigi, whatever's gotten into you? You are my son. You're a Mandeville man. Listen to your papa, Gigi. You're a Mandeville girl through and through. Stop it, both of you. You're not my papa or my mama. The teenage years. So difficult. Well, it's only to be expected. Gigi is at a rebellious age. Strange as it may sound, I too tested my parents' patience. And that on more than one occasion. But if they could weather the storm, then so can I. They say we find out what's gotten him thinking he's a mammoth. But he is a mammoth. How can you not... Oh, never mind. Come on. You look like you want to jump on my lap. If that's what you want, come on. You've not, like, laid on my lap in a while. Is it because I've not got the blanket on? Huh? Next. Next. You're rolling around on the floor. That's fine. Very cute. Do you want strokes? If you come here, you can have strokes. I'm trying here. The course of fatherhood never did run smooth, but I, Hildibrand, guardian of Gigi, doting parent extraordinaire, shall find a way to overcome this trial and be reconciled with my beloved son. That's the spirit. Solving a simple case of childhood rebellion should be easy for a man who's unmasked thieves, defeated duelists, and led armies of the undead. Yes, that's all very... Wait, what was that about the undead? Actually, don't tell me. For now, all that matters is finding that mammoth. We should begin by speaking with the sentry stationed at the city gates and the airship landing. If Fury help us, he's left Ishgard. We need to know about it sooner rather than later. I'll visit the Ark of the Worthy while the inspector and his assistant head to the airship landing. You can question the guard at the gate near the manufactory, after which we'll regroup here and share our findings. Dismissed. Jesus Christ, what was that head movement, girl? Maybe there's still some catnip in here. Oh yeah, the Sky Steel relics I've not done. Little fella with a wide brim hat. He came through here. Bought passage on a supply ship bound for Falcon's Nest. One of them what's-her-names. Lalafell, right? Funny little buggers. Seem keen to be anywhere but here. Well, if Gigi left the city, it was not by the main gate. And the sentries at the airship landing have seen no one matching his description. Yeah, he went this way. Falcon's Nest? Fury, take me. Must we return to that freezing pit of despair? Wheresoever Gigi goes, I'll follow him and find him and embrace him as my son once more. However, I surmise our final destination lies far beyond the walls of said outpost. Indeed, there is but one reason he would return to those frozen wastes. To frolic in the snow and cast his worries to the wind. Really? He seemed in no mood to frolic when last I saw him. As I recall, he used his arcane powers to mend a vase, only to become morose and belligerent when it became clear to him that he was, in fact, a mammoth. One might even say he remembered what he was, remembered his purpose, and so he returned to Western Kurthus, that famous breeding ground for heresy, where first we found him. Home to his heretic masters to share with them the intelligence he'd gathered on the city. At long last, the undeniable, unquestionable, unmistakable scent of heresy. What are we standing around for? We have a heretic to catch. Yeah. Come here. What? Yeah, come here. It's very cute. She grabbed my finger. Come here. Unfortunately, I don't have cat cam set up. Come on. Come on, girl. Okay. Inspector, I'm starting to think that Inquisitor Seer might not think very highly of our little girl. It is possible, but I'd not presume to know his feelings ere he voiced them explicitly. Until such time as he does, we should endeavour to surreptitiously bring him around to the opinion that Gigi is a boy of pure heart and good intent. Subtlety in all things, Nashu. That is the Mandeville way. I'm sorry, Quizzled. I tried to set up CatCam, and the second, it's my old webcam, and first it crashed OBS, then it crashed my computer, and then it hasn't worked since, although I've not tried unplugging it and plugging it back in. You don't want strokes. Because I try and stroke you and you run away. It's too early for food. You're at least an hour off. What is going on? I'm scared. I have the baby. Yeah. The cat is like, but I want it, give it to me, my precious. Yeah. Yeah, that's my face. That's my beard. Yeah. It's okay. Meow. You're okay, girl. Thing is, you're not even purring. You're also not, you know, running away. Don't know what you want. It's important that she be given some love. And to be fair, I have given her very little loving today. Because normally you get a little bit of loving whilst I'm just waking up in bed. You didn't get that this morning. You know, it was very rude of me. Yeah? Really? Really? Hey Neo, how you doing? Yeah. Cat squishies are important. True. I know that it doesn't pick up her noises, but yes, I am having a conversation with my cat. I'm probably insulting her entire bloodline or something, but... What? What is it? Yeah? Meow. Meow. What is it? What do you want? Yeah? Okay. You want to rub yourself on the carpet? Could it be she's itchy, maybe? To be fair, I might need to flee you. I've not noticed any fleas, and normally they're not that bothered, so... I need to fix cat cam. I might try and do that this evening. She's like dragging herself across the floor. But her eyes are going dead big when she does it, so I think she's enjoying herself. And now she's licking her back, and it's like she's just suddenly got crackhead energy. Oh! She went for the toy that I had hanging from my desk. That's the first time she's actually gone for it. Can I get a pounce on camera? He quickly like loses interest though. Yeah, no, she's lost interest. Or at least it seems to have. Yeah, no. Okay. Although watch, now she's going to have interest as soon as I stop dealing with it. Hello. Oh, hey, Neo. I was clearly distracted. I apologize. Aha! I knew it! The mammoth immediately left the outpost and looks to have headed north along the river. By the Fury, I cannot wait to finally catch him in the company of heretics! I don't much like your tone, Inquisitor. If our baby girl ran afoul of any heretic, she'd like have them square in the eye and tell them she doesn't want any. She'd look them straight in the eye and tell them she doesn't want any. You're all good. You need to get your packages for the new computer you're building. Ooh, nice. Hey, Inspector. I think I just had one of those moments, you know, of insight. Maybe Gigi came out here to find Lord Godbert. I did tell her Grandpapa might like to see that trick of hers. Brilliant deduction, Nashu. He must be eager to meet his grandparents. The self-same ones he renounced when he declared you were not his father? Aha! What a fine young gentleman, eager to explore his heritage. Let us make haste, my friends, for a reunion of 3 generations of Mandervilles beckons. I really can't be bothered. Come on. I can see those eyes working. I need to get a laser pointer or something, man. She's following it, but she doesn't seem like she's about to pounce. Can't even tell if she's watching it anymore because she's hidden herself. Could be that she's about to pounce or that she's given up interest. Oh, she's about to pounce. I've also managed to tie it across the string. Interesting. Don't know how I managed that. Come on. Do the cat thing. How the fuck am I doing this every time? It's impressive. Come on, you went for it. Just keep going. No. No, because now you've given up interest. It's not a fly that you were hunting last night, because I can see the remains of the fly that you were hunting last night. No, okay, she's leaving. I give up. I want to play with my cat, damn it. Give me love, give me attention, and I will give you love, and I will give you attention. The tracks continue to the north. What was I doing again? I got so distracted by my own cat. Although at least she stopped meowing at me every 2 seconds. Oh, shit. The mammoth lies motionless in the snow, fragments of ice stuck to its cap, suggesting the impact of something small and round travelling at high speeds. I see. I mean, it's kind of cute that they're snowball fighting. But it's the fact that a snowball from either one of them would be lethal. Which is probably how they killed the Steinbocks near them. My head. Who? Oh, it's you. You followed me. Oh, Gigi, if you wanted to have a snowball fight with your grandparents, you would have said so sooner. Papa Hildy was very worried, though he is glad to see that you're unharmed. It would seem he was struck by a snowball, much like these Steinbocks. These dead Steinbocks. Are you sure he isn't damaged? As if a mere blow to the head would fell our Gigi. We Mandervilles are made of sterner stuff. I myself have been driven headfirst into the earth on no fewer than 24 occasions, several times from malms above, and my mind is no less brilliant for the experience. I expect the earth was no less brilliant for the experience either. Why are you nodding? Oh, he's behind me, isn't he? Fine fact, if you have a throw emote, you throw actual snowballs while standing on snow. Ah. What good fortune to cross paths with you lot so far from civilization. Forgive me for not taking notice earlier, I was engrossed in my duel with Julian. But now, how rude of me. Would you care to join us? Grandpapa Godbert, Grandpapa Godbert. Mama Nashu says you wield the power of life and dead. I beg of you, Grandpapa Godbert, grant me life. Make me a real boy. Two of your packages have just come. Nice. Are you sure about this, son? It may sting a little. I will endure whatever I must to become a real boy. Then let us begin. I mean, that is legitimately a Lalafell with a mammoth head. This body, it's everything I ever wanted. It's perfect. Thank you, Grandpapa Godbert. Thank you. Oh, but I have not even begun to begin. Byragot, guide my hammer. Jesus. Nashu. Nice. God damn. That is one buff black mage. Papa Hildy, I'm a Manderville man. Gigi, my son, come to your father. Let me have a look at you. Papa Hildy. Gigi. Oh, God. Wait, what? Is he going to get spiked into the ground? Clotheslined? Oh. Yeah, the music is a bit... Oh, well, he got that lip filler for free. I thought they were going to do Dirty Dancing. Now that brings back some memories. Papa Hildy! Oh dear, how could I have done such a thing? Uh-oh. He's been restored. By the Fury, it's just like that vase all over again. Miraculously restored to its original form. GG, my boy. Upon further consideration, I believe that this body may suit you best. It is, how shall I put this, more manageable. And much more adorable. But how can I ever be accepted as your son if I remain a mammoth? Is that what's been troubling you all this time? But why didn't you say so? A Mandeville is more than mere flesh and bone. He is vigour, compassion, honour, a gentleman for all seasons. Be you man or machine, it makes no difference. If they call you a mammoth, you look them in the eye and say, nay, I am a Mandeville mammoth. Okay, we're back to the meowing, huh? Yeah. Come up here then. Yeah. No? What do you want, girl? Mother, father, forgive me for not consulting with you earlier, but circumstances forced my hand. I formally adopted Gigi as my son and ward of House Mandeville. Ye gods, I knew he was fond of the mammoth, but did you hear that, woman? Our son's gone and got himself a son. Grandpapa Godbert, Grandpapa Godbert. It all makes sense now. Grandpapa Godbert and Grandmama Julianne. I've been waiting years to hear those words. Grandpapa Godbert, Grandmama Julianne. Few things in life are grander than becoming a grandparent, as they say. Uh-oh. What's Julianne doing? What's so bloody grand about it? I'll not be made grandmother to a bloody buggering mammoth. Past time I beat some sense into my beloved boy. Mandeville man. She disagrees, of course. Yep. Fury take me. I'd heard the tales of dark nights before, but no. No, it couldn't be. No, I think it was something far worse. Heretical like as not, but rules be damned, I'm not risking my life to find out. Do you need me to come with you? Do you need to show me something so that then you will be content? They're mad. Utterly mad. The whole damn lot of them. How their house could rise to such prominence I'll never understand. Well, at least the mammoth seems to have overcome its existential crisis. Before today, I didn't know a mammoth could even have an existential crisis. Wait, what am I saying? It's a mammoth. Why should I care what it claims to think or feel? Fury take me, their idiocy is infectious. I mustn't allow myself to fall prey to it. Follow procedure, report to your superior, one step at a time. One step at a time. Hello? Yeah, come on. What is it? Do you want to? Oh, you want to play with your cable tie? Is that it? What? Right then, my superiors, having been informed of the mammoth's adoption by House Mandeville, as witnessed by House Fortom, proceeded to take me to task for my gross mishandling of the situation. They remain convinced the mammoth is the product of heretical machinations and have commanded me to redouble my efforts to prove this incontrovertible fact. That may prove problematic, however, as Gigi seems to have forsaken his quest to recover his memories and thrown himself wholly into his new life as a Mandeville mammoth, casting about any hint of a case alongside his doting father. In any event, though I do not share my superior's conviction, I think it's safe to say there is something exceedingly unusual about that mammoth. You saw with your own eyes how effortlessly it restored that vase and itself to its original form. Reconstructive magics are not particularly rare, but his are unlike any I've ever seen before. Alright, bear with me. Let me see. What do you want, Nix? Huh? Where do you want to take me? You want to take me upstairs? Why? I've been upstairs. I know there's nothing upstairs. EG. Okay, there wasn't a little bit of dialogue. Short one. Core, isn't she a whopper? I mean, she's really not. She's tiny. She's like kitten size. Ain't ya? Just a little old thing. Not even old. Just a little thing. I don't think she particularly likes being held this way, though. You prefer this? You prefer being held like baby? Hmm? You were purring upstairs. Because all that you did was lead me to the bed, continue to run away from me whilst I pet you, or tried to pet you, and just kept showing me your tummy. Didn't you? Yeah. Meow. 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 I mean, I just want to try and... She is beautiful. She's gorgeous. Yeah. Okay. Are you gonna keep yawning? Are you gonna keep meowing at me every 5 seconds? Are you gonna leave me alone for a bit? Do I need to just get you high as fuck off of catnip? I could do that. She's just rolling around on the carpet again. I'll get some flea treatment stuff just in case. I don't think she has fleas, but it is. I have had her about a month now, so it is about time that I think about worming and defleeing. That you stand here before me is proof that Halone smiles upon me this day. I have need of your assistance. Before you think to run away screaming in terror, I pray you hear me out. It concerns the esteemed, and now missing and presumably dead, Knights of the Heavensward. None have returned to the capital since all the unpleasantness began, yet recently we've heard rumours of these honoured sirs walking the streets. 'Tis heresy most foul, I say, and I mean to get to the bottom of it, but we will need all the help we can get, which means, fury take me, we could benefit from a certain individual's serendipity. Besides, if we don't seek him out, he's like to show up at the worst possible time anyway. At least this way, it'll be on our terms, and we can keep an eye on that boy. Mammoth! Mammoth! Yes, right. Oh, you must be wondering why I asked you to come. Well, you and the inspector seem to enjoy a natural rapport, so... The cat, yeah man, give me some bomber clot catnip. I mean, I could give her some catnip. Like, she's been upstairs, very content. Just on the bed most of the day. So I think she's fine. She might just have zoomies. She's inspecting the cat bed. Ooh. Please use it. Validate my purchase. I've even rubbed it up against me so it smells like me. You got Gilgamesh's second fight again. What the hell? Are you doing roulettes? Or, mentor? Grace alone. For a moment, I was afraid you'd make me beg. This may well be my last chance to prove my worth to my superiors, and if I can't... to Forton Manor. Wait, no, wrong thing. I suppose that is something that I'll have to look out for now. I could get the Hildibrand trials come up in my roulette. Not that I do trial roulette that often, because it's usually not worth it unless you're max level. You don't get much experience for it. Because, Gigi, such behaviour is unbecoming a gentleman. But why, Papa, Hildy, why is it unbecoming a gentleman? Ah, Inquisitor Seer. After. Good evening to you both. You come as adoring fans or on business? Business. Always business. You may rest assured. Then I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, am at your service. Is it robbery? Murder? Tax evasion? Evasion? Wait, before we get into that, what's going on here? Much as it pains me to admit it, my beloved Gigi, the apple of my eye, the fruit of my loins, attempted to deface this lovely gazebo. Naturally, as his father, it falls to me to see him return to the straight and narrow. That's not true. I was drawing a family crest for our home. Now, Gigi, I know you're fond of this gazebo, as are we all, but it belongs to Lord Edmont. You wouldn't want to steal from Uncle Edmont, would you? I guess not. Then where is our gazebo, Papa Hildy? And does it have a warm stove with a steaming kettle too? Oh, Gigi, don't you see? We have no need of kettles or gazebos. As gentlemen inspectors, the world is our oyster. We can go whither we please, where the red fern grows or the wild rose blooms. And yet you've been sleeping in Lord Edmont's gazebo for how long? I don't care about wild roses. I want to live in a gazebo with Papa Hildy and Mama Nashu. Gazebos are quite expensive, and dangerous if not domesticated. Dangerous indeed, my boy. And besides, we are gentlemen inspectors free to travel the length and breadth of Eorzea in search of a case. Does that not sound more thrilling than whittling away the hours beneath a gazebo? I guess. If it's a case you want, you need not go so far. We are currently investigating reports of individuals masquerading as Knights of the Heavensward. These contemptible charlatans are rumoured to have tricked several hapless maidens into attending private parties for a small fee, with the promise of enjoying the company of these great sirs. Those who were foolish enough to attend found their experiences to be so traumatizing that they have refused to discuss them in detail. Needless to say, your assistance in this matter would be greatly appreciated, and for it you shall receive due compensation. Say no more, Inquisitor, say no more. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, am well versed in the ways of the fairer sex. Since when? Mummy, Mother, dearest, I was under the impression you'd departed for Uldar. And leave my beloved boy to keep playing at being an inspector as well as a father to a bloody mammoth? Bugger that, you're coming home right this instant. How can you say such things? It is my life's calling to be an inspector, and Gigi is my son. He is a Mandeville man. Grand as it is to see you, you have come at a most inopportune time. The young women of Ishgard are in need of a champion to defend them from fiends most foul. Come, Nashu, come, Gigi. We shall demonstrate to my mother our peerless investigative skills and bring these criminals to justice. Val's ballsy stubborn. Probably gets it from his sorry arse of a father. I trust you lot will help me to keep him out of trouble. Right then, come along. Well, that could have gone better. And worse. Let's not keep them waiting. I must question the maidens. Please, do you think me so foolish to fall for their charade? From what I heard from the others, said knights bore not even the slightest resemblance to the Heavensward. As if I had not already memorized every detail of my dear Sir Delphil's face. Or wherever could he be? I am truly outside her grace. My allowance all gone to waste on those... I dare not say it. Mayhap these awful rumours are true. Mayhap I must needs accept that he now walks in Halone's halls. What in the 7L's so damn appealing about getting paid a pittance to do the watch jobs for him, eh? I demand satisfaction. Swift and terrible vengeance. How dare they prey upon a lady's emotions to line their pockets with gil? If Sir Sharaber were here, he'd purge the lot of them like the festering sickness they are. Yes, pity he too remains missing. So very much a pity. Papa Hildy, Papa Hildy. That grandmama over there is staring at us. Now, Gigi, a gentleman must be more careful with his words. First of all, you have only one grandmother. Second, and this is tremendously important, never ever call her that. At least, not yet. Promise? Yes, father. I promise not to call Grandmama Julianne Grandmama Julianne. Greetings, milady. Hey ho, ain't you a charmer? There, I was thinking I might have to rip your bloody head off if you said the G word one more time. Like that, Papa Hildy. Ah, my faithful assistants. Have you gleaned any new information? Other than the fact that these women scorned seem to detest the fake knights with every fibre of their being? These two women were telling me all about what they'd do if they cornered Sir... Is this the best you can do, then? Bloody oaths and girlish fantasies? And you call yourself a Mandeville man? I assure you, Mother, we're only just getting started. The tapestry of lies and deception behind which the truth hides is oft unravelled with a tug of a single loose thread. I say, young lady, I would beg but a moment of your time. Oh God. Somehow I doubt that young lady was targeted by the charlatans we seek. Aye, 'tis true. I too was taken in by the false promises of those awful, awful men. Long have I yearned for a chance to meet Sir Velguin, so when they said I finally could, I didn't hesitate even for a moment. But when they escorted me to the manor and undid the blindfolds, I looked upon the hideous faces of those so-called grand sirs. I screamed and fled. They were gone when I returned with the watch, but their neighbours said they had overheard them speaking about seeking shelter in a place called Idleshire. I know it's not much, but I pray this information helps you in your search. Milady, I swear to you, here and now, I, Hildibrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, shall not rest until these dastardly fiends are punished for their foul crimes. Zah! 3 cheers for Papa Hildy! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray. And there you have it. Our quarry can be found in Idleshire. Come, my loyal assistants. Justice waits for no gentleman. That's all well and good, but I've never heard of this Idleshire. Have you? I have. You mean we're to travel to the Dravanian hinterlands? Right now? Just like that? What am I doing? Truly, this magnificent settlement is a testament to the hard work and camaraderie of her uplander and gobby citizens. Yes, well, I'm just glad we're no longer being pursued by fire-breathing dragons, musket-wielding crabs, and bomb-throwing goblins. You know, the other ones. They were no match for Lady Julianne and that pan of hers, am I right? I want to see her make the bad gobbies fly again. God's sake, Hildy. Excepting after, this lot would be dead in a ditch somewhere if it weren't for me. Nonsense. I would never let any harm come to my loyal assistant or my beloved son. If I may interject. Now then, let us split up and question the good people of Idleshire. My keen inspector's sense tells me that one of them has knowledge of the false knights we seek. Yes, yes, Loudjocks knows of grand sirs. Sneaky uplanders keep to selves, mingle not with gobby flock. But each to own, Loudjock says. No questions, only jingle shine. Exceedingly experienced treasure hunter. Oh god, it's her again. Oh, I know all about the grand sirs. They keep to themselves in the building of theirs south of the round spot. You best watch out though, they're a dangerous bunch, liable to kill you for looking at them cockeyed. It's entirely possible that I've gone completely and utterly mad, but are you perchance the long-lost twin sister of an Ishgardian noblewoman? What? Look behind you! A three-headed gobbo! Why do I feel like I've not seen the last of that old woman? It's the parents of the Heavensward Knights, isn't it? Oh, you must be talking about them grand sirs. They drifted into Idleshire some time ago, as I recall. Pay visits to the Great Library, though I couldn't tell you why. If only we had the testimony of a concerned citizen which could conveniently direct us to the villain's precise location. The Grand Sirs are holed up in a building to the south of the markets. Good show after. There, that's the one. Come, let's inform the others. It would seem that no one's home. There's naught we can do but wait then. Papa Hildy, I just want to say that I really like this place. I think that you and me and Mama Nashu could have lots of exciting adventures if we stay here. You may be right, Gigi. This community seems to have fostered an enlightened, free society, welcoming of honest souls willing to work and contribute to the greater whole. Did anyone happen to see a gazebo on the way in? as I live in Hildibrand, Heliodor, Maximilian, Mandeville. Could that be? I say, could that be Slowfix coin toss? Do you know this Gobby, Inspector? I most certainly do. Why, Master Slowfix was my very first employer. When travelling through Thanlan long ago, Gobbyflock was waylaid by Uplander bandits. With no jingly shines to pay brass blades, we had no way to backtake goods. Until we make busy deal with Gentleman Uplander, that is. With Fastness he finds Uplander bandits and brings many bangy boom, and returns to goodly Gobbies missing goods and great justice. Henceforth Slowpix gain new appreciation for Uplanders. But for chance encounter with Gentleman Uplander, he never conceives of egalitarian utopia. One may even claim Hildy founding father of Idleshire, with metaphorical tongue flaps, that is. Oh, the memories. It was a near thing, for the bandits were clever enough to see through my ingenious disguise as an innocent milkmaid. But in my haste to escape, I tripped over a barrel of fire sand, and as they say, boom gobby doom. Yeah? Core, no busy deals for the wicked. No busy deals indeed. But leaving that delightful anecdote aside, ye gods, Master Slowfix, just looking at what you and your flock have made of these ruins is making me big eyes. Gobby flock has come long way since wandering days, but we have not forgotten Gentleman Uplander's kindness. Slowfix is here to offer hand lending. Well, far be it from me to refuse. As soon as I move towards her, she fucks off. She's not running downstairs, which is where her food is. She's running upstairs. My son Gigi's grown quite fond of your magnificent city, and so I should like to stay here with him and my assistant for a time. We would not require much in the way of accommodations. A humble gazebo, for example, would more than suffice. Why settle for gazebo when perfectly good estate right behind you? Resident of building in arrears and Slowfix happy to evict them. But we were pursuing the fiends who lived here on suspicion of defrauding young women. Fraud? In Slowfix's egalitarian utopia? This he will not abide. All the more reason to let Gentleman Uplander and his flock stay instead of grandsires. No need for jingle shine either. Huzzah, a giant gazebo to call our own. I do not know what to say. Thank you, Master Slowfix. Thank you. No need for teary-eyed tongue flaps. Gobby Flock is possessed of moral obligation to repay Gentleman Uplander for past generosity. Enjoy new gazebo, and good luck with hunt for grandsires. Papa, Hildy, since this is our gazebo, is it okay if I draw our family crest on it? Can think of no better way to celebrate this joyous occasion, and perhaps draw the ire of our new home's former tenant. Come, let us go and purchase some paints together. This gazebo shall be your canvas. Now he's gone and gotten himself a sodden gazebo. Bloody elves, if he really thinks I'm going to let him keep on playing at being a father. The thing is, he's not doing a bad job of it. Of course she'd be Shadowboxer. Aww. Still no sign of the notorious Grandsires. I dare say we're going to need more paint. Don't trust anyone over 60. Okay. Much as it pains me to admit it, a gentleman's stamina is not without limits. I dare say I could do with a spot of tea. Hey, Inspector, is it just me or have those two been looking at us for the past few minutes? Oh, it is quite normal behaviour for my adoring fans, I should think, when finally presented with an opportunity to meet their idol in the flesh. All too many succumb to their fear and flee. Or maybe, just maybe, they're the Grand Bloody Sirs. Come on, they're getting away. Hearken to me, you dastardly rapscallions. You have nowhere to run. Reveal yourselves at once! I shall not ask you again. Come forth, Grandsires. Name yourself and I'll answer for your misdeeds. Is the epic music necessary? This is more epic than when they did the clothesline. Slayer of 1,000,000 worms, the silver spear which hath pierced the very heavens, Orland! Master of magics ancient and awesome, the divine hand which hath defeated all maladies save senescence and incontinence, Goon's part! Grandsires, Excelsior! I don't know whether to laugh or to cry. Mayhap both. What? Grandsires, Grandsires, you stand accused of willfully and unlawfully convincing young maidens of Ishgard to attend private parties under false pretenses, thereby inflicting upon them terrible financial and emotional distress. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, am come on behalf of these poor, defenseless innocents. and to see that none others are made to suffer as they did. Now, lay down your arms and surrender yourself into my custody. Ha! The audacity of this boy. You should feel ashamed of your words and deeds. Limit Break 3? You will rue this day and rue it hard. Gods, how I've missed this. The air streaming past, the blood pumping, the taste of copper on my lips, the slight dizziness. It was on a day like this that we met, wasn't it? And when we soared into those azure skies, we never truly came back down. Do mine eyes deceive? Higsney of my heart, descended from Helone's halls to guide me to her bosom. My beloved, my everything, long have I waited for this moment. Take me in your arms once more and lift me higher, higher, higher! Higher, higher, higher! He's dead. Orland! 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 Yeah, okay. Alas, poor Orland. I knew him not in the slightest, but he seemed a decent man. Chicanery and attempted murder notwithstanding. You will rue this day, and rue it hard. Wait, I've seen this before. All too recently. Yes, anyway. He's only mostly dead. If the Master of Magic, ancient and awesome, here acts with all haste, the man may yet be saved. Well? Oh, you're referring to me. I see, I see. With all haste, was it? Yes, yes, I'll get right on that. O mournful voice of creation, send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall to command, that I may smite... No, wait, that's not good. Let me see. Something of a rather less controversial tradition, yes, something with more pep. A vortex of biting winds to rend the flesh. And smite my foes! Foes? I thought you were friends. I mean, it woke him up. Oh, Saint Ryan, it bugger me with a bleeding guy bulg. My back! My back! 'Twould seem I've underestimated you lot. That makes 2 of us. Enough. Leave them be. Or do you not care what becomes of the mammoth? Hey. Gigi? But when? How? I thought I recognized you. First in Ishgard, then in Idleshire. Been following us since we left the capital. Bearer of faces fair and fearsome, the midnight shadow which hath deceived kings and queens. Doris! You can't possibly have been so naive as to think we'd not see through your ridiculous disguise. And yet here you are, so effortlessly and easily lured into our trap, for which we are most grateful, mine. My companions are hardly cut out for life on the road. All has been in preparation for this moment. The parties, the petty schemes, from the first. The objective of this grand design has been this singular mammoth. I swear to you, if you harm Gigi in any way, we have no desire to hurt the boy. We but require his help to reclaim that which is rightfully ours, our youth. Confound it, I can't see! Damn it, they're very slowly getting away. Papa Hildy! Gigi! Stay strong, my son. I swear I shall find you. We could just follow them. "12 strike me down for a fool. So desperate was I to seize the Grand Sirs that I failed to discern their true intent before it was too late. And now poor Gigi is in their clutches. What if I never see my beloved son again? I suppose we ought to be prepared for the worst. It could be halfway to Razat Harm by now." I very much doubt that, given they were moving at an Adamantoise's pace. The little milksop's right. Let's get after the old buggers. Huh. That's what my mentor used to call me, among other things. Oh, the memories. That's a player. G. What's up? You want to repeat what you just said? Just a silly goose. So, it seems the Grand Sirs have been caught once more by the very inspector that was trying to catch them. How ironic. Also, how premature. We have them, yes, but they still have Gigi, damn it! If only some manner of opportunity would present itself. Ask and ye shall receive. We can ambush that wizened dragoon, take him hostage and demand an exchange. Inquisitor Seer, you disappoint me. A gentleman cannot condone the violent kidnapping and ransom of his elders. No, no, we shall approach this problem as paragons of honour and virtue. After we'll stalk and subdue the Grand Sir, then relieve him of his armour. How is stripping an old man naked more gentlemanly than taking him hostage? Rest assured I shall reveal all soon enough. Godspeed, after. Are we going to see Hildibrand dressing up as another character again? I mean, I suppose at least this time he's not cross-dressing. How far did this guy go for a piss? Huh? I knew you'd... Wait, who are you again? There's something awfully familiar about those muscular forearms, those strong yet tender-looking fingers. I say, would you be so kind as to massage my shoulders, young lady? There's this lingering ache, this tension Gonspart can't seem to soothe with his magics. Remove my breastplate? Oh, of course, how silly of me. Pray, lend me a hand with the straps. Truly, young lady, you are a saint. Oh, I swear, it's the little things you begin to appreciate. My dear departed wife used to help me with my armour, you know. Right, right. I should be seated to better receive your tender ministrations. I'm actually massaging him. Just knock him out. Ah, that healing tingle. Would that I had a tincture of salamander with which to treat these aches. My little pig's knee used to spread some on my chest and under my nose to help me sleep through the night. Come, do not be shy. Work those soothing fingers into each and every knot. Slowly. Make me forget my troubles. Harder, harder, higher, higher. Close your eyes and dream. I mean, he's falling asleep. Do I really need to massage him? The old dragoon's soft snoring suddenly stops, and you begin to fear you may have borne witness to his final moments. Leaning closer, you extend a hesitant finger, only to stop short when a sudden spasm signals the resumption of his laboured breathing. With the utmost care, you remove all unsabatons and breaches, leaving the sleeping old man exposed to the elements and at the mercy of the nearby ravenous bears and tentacled morbles. May he rest in peace. Ah, my stalwart assistant. By your return, I gather you've got taken care of the dragoon. And by taken care, I mean afforded him all due courtesy as befitting a man of his years, whilst returning with the equipment I require. Capital! Then without much further ado, I shall disguise myself as Orlond and free Gigi from captivity. You two look nothing alike. They may be old and slow, but they're not blind. Oh, ye of little faith, you're in for a treat. For you shall have a front row seat to this magnificent display of Mandevillian guile and subterfuge. Hey, is it time for dinner yet? We just ate, you daft bugger. And where in the hell's is Orlond? I know he's got to take a piss every hour, but damn it, he could at least be quick about it. Greetings, fellow antediluvians. I have returned. Oh, bollocks. It's about time. Okay, no, that's bollocks. Pack up your things. I want us back on the road in 10 minutes. Before we do that, we must first release young Gigi here. His behaviour unbecoming a gentleman to keep children in cages. What in the 7Ls are you blathering about? He's gonna get away! No, he will not, see? Still here, within my care. Right then, on a completely unrelated note, I shall now take the boy with me on a brief sojourn onto the wilderness. Fury take me, it's working. He's about to walk out of there with Gigi, and they won't even try to stop him. So far, so good. He woke up. I'm cold and there are marbles after me. I'm me, but you're also me. But that can't be, unless... This is it. This is the moment when my life flashes before my eyes. Oh, my dearest Pigsney, we'll be together at last. What? Why? Oh god, the wobble. Imposter! How dare you attempt to trick me with a ruse so hackneyed it would make a minstrel blush? Ye gods, I never realized dying would hurt so much. Now's our chance, Gigi. Come with me. Vivi, wait! Oh. It is Vivi. My son, what's gotten into you? Vivi. Vivi. Where have I heard that name before? Remember who you are, Vivi. What you are. A creation of the great Sharlayan Archmagus Quan. Quan. I was given life by Grandpapa Quan. I remember we lived together and he taught me many things about the outside world. What? What exactly do you remember, my son? Everything. Yes, everything. I remember that Grandpapa Quan created me. He took care of me, raised me, and that we were very, very happy. But then he abandoned me. Grandpapa Quan abandoned me. He believed you were flawed, Vivi, that you lacked the power to turn back the hands of time and make him young again. And so, in his ignorance, he cast you out and died all alone. To turn back the hands of time. Then what we witnessed in the crozier with the Duke's priceless vase, the power could be brought to bear on people? But wait, how do you know all this? You couldn't have possibly been associates of this Archmagus Quan. We found his journals during one of many trips into the Great Library. Scavenging for valuable relics is one of the few ways we've left to make a living. We were famed heroes of the war in our prime, with fortunes to match, but no soldier has the strength to triumph over time, and before we knew it, the hour of the sheath was upon us. Ishgard no longer had need of our services. So we came here to eke out a living, to keep doing what we do best, until our bodies wouldn't let us. Imagine our surprise when we stumbled upon the opportunity of a lifetime. A second lifetime, as it were. A mammoth with the power to take that which was broken and restore it to its prime state. To turn back time with its temporal magics and give us back our misspent youth. Fury, take me. This is all so... I don't even know if there's a precedent to determine whether or not this constitutes heresy. We knew where to look even. With the journals, we determined that the mammoth was somewhere in the Western Highlands. A chance, for a second chance, was within reach, and then we were forced to watch as you imbeciles pulled Vivi from the snow, nearly ruining everything. Vivi, listen to me. Come with us and we can help you to unlock your true potential. Just think what you could accomplish were you to master your magics. Not only could you make us young again, but you may even have the power to restore life to Archmagus Quan. Vivi. Impossible. No magic can truly return the dead to us. At best, you can animate a corpse, and I need not review the precepts to declare that the projects of necromancy are abominations in the eyes of the Fury. Gigi, wait. What of our adventures? What of our gazebo? You are a Mandeville mammoth. You have always been so kind to me, Papa Hildy, and I will forever be grateful for that. But Grandpapa Quan made me. He made me, and I miss him. So even if it fails, I have to try. What are you doing? They're getting away. We have to stop them. Mayhap we must respect Gigi's decision. So that's the end of that chapter, eh? You're giving up and coming back home? I too made a decision long ago to become a travelling inspector, and I have ever stood by it. Mayhap it is from this singular stubbornness of mine that Gigi took inspiration. Nay, I cannot abide it. He is my flesh and blood, my son. I dare not let him use his temporal magics to pervert the natural order. Aye, it falls to me, his father, to ensure that Gigi keeps to the righteous path, and only utilizes traditional methods of zombification to raise the dead. Inquisitor Seer, I must applaud your dedication to your work, and cannot thank you enough for all you've done on our behalf. Yet I fear if we continue as we are, Gigi may be driven to rash action. Therefore, I would ask that you suspend your pursuit of the Grandsires for a time, that I might be afforded the opportunity to convince my son to return peacefully. Well, seeing as how we can only guess at the full extent of Gigi's powers, it might prove dangerous to act aggressively should he choose to use them. I knew you'd understand. Right then, there's no time to waste. Nashu, let us retire to our new gazebo and discuss our plans. Suppose it would have been a shame had he given up all that easy, but that means I'll have to stick around even longer. On the other hand, if that bloody mammoth's really got the power to make him young again, then... I said I'd suspend my pursuit, and I will, but that doesn't mean I won't continue my investigation into that mammoth and its powers in Ishgard. So you saw fit to return to the capital as well. The Inquisition has a rather large collection of heretical tomes, including many of Sharlayan origin, and I had a mind to scour them for information on temporal magics. This is, of course, all for the sake of confirming the Marmot's heretical origins. Yes, only that. Huh? Why are you looking at me like that, as if to imply that my interest in these matters is more than a professional one? I'm sure I don't know what you're not talking about. Thank you. That will be all. The proud and the pointy-eyed. We need to speak. I've been scouring the archives for any information regarding temporal magic since last we spoke, and the results have been troubling to say the least. As you may or may not be aware, ancient Allag is portrayed in the Enchiridion as a cautionary tale, a great empire brought low by its vanity and hubris. However, there are certain apocryphal texts in which the Allagans are cast in a more sympathetic light, if not outright exalted. It was in these texts that I found reference to temporal magics once wielded by Allagan mages. Said magics could be used to halt or even reverse the temporal state of a given object. If these accounts are to be believed, and if Gigi's abilities in these magics are one and the same, then it may well be possible for him to turn back the hands of time for the Grand Sirs, much as he restored the Duke's priceless vase. That being said, there's no telling how this will work with regards to a living being. Consider, if you will, that the vase was filled with water when shattered. Even if the vessel were restored, what would become of its former contents? Would it be filled with water as before, the very same, every drop returned? Or would it be different water? Or would the water once spilt be forever lost? I speak of the soul, my friend, for even if one could use these magics to restore the dead to life, would they be as they were before, with all the same thoughts and memories and feelings? The Grand Sirs are convinced that they can regain their lost youth, and mayhap they can, but the dead who have entered into Helone's halls cannot return. They cannot. Yet Gigi is nevertheless resolved to try and resurrect Archmagus Quan. Speaking of which, according to some Sharlayan texts in the archives, Archmagus Quan was an accomplished scholar known for his study of ancient Allagan magics. Further evidence that Gigi's abilities are likely derived from ancient traditions, I suppose. But more importantly, I learned the location of the Archmagus' former residence. Mayhap we could find something of interest there. Something which could help us to persuade Gigi to change his course. I had a mind to summon Inspector Hildibrand and take the journey there together. Would you be willing to join us? Excellent. Then let us be about our business. I saw you, heretic. I beg your pardon? Are you accusing me of being a heretic? Yes, you, Inquisitor Seer. I saw you sneak into the archives and seek out the forbidden tomes. Saw the mad light in your eyes as you partook of their forbidden knowledge. Oh, for the love of... I did all that for my investigation. Aha! You admit your crimes. That you did secretly, without permission, in blatant contravention of our rules, read forbidden tomes. Then by virtue of the authority vested in me by this supreme sacred tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory doctrine... You stupid, ignorant... Are you all so desperate to keep your goddamn job that you'll go around accusing all the world and his wife of heresy? Is that what you've been reduced to? I'm sick and tired of looking for heretics in every bloody shadow, of trying to guess the secret sins of everyone I meet. It's stupid and pointless, and we're better than that, damn it! We're better than that! If you will not surrender yourself, then I have no choice but to inform my superiors. Well, that all came tumbling out, didn't it? Suppose there's no point in trying to convince myself I have no personal investment in this matter, or that I still have a professional one. Somewhere along the line, I stopped looking for the guilty and started looking for the truth. Perhaps. And a way to help those in need. But there's no place for people like that in the Inquisition, is there? It's only a matter of time before that stuttering fool comes back with an armed guard. Let us depart for Idleshire at once. We need to find the Inspector. Meow. It would seem we've arrived too late. Inspector Hildibrand has already gone off on his own to confront the Grand Sirs. He came back briefly to trade Jingleshine for supplies and whatnot, you see, and the Gobby's ear caught them trading tongue flax about killing dragons in the Forelands. When the Inspector learned about it later, he said he had to get after them right away and backtake Gigi. He said he had a duty, not as an inspector, but as a father. Bugger that, he's got no obligations to a bloody mammoth, especially one that chose to leave of its own free will, as I recall. I swear, I turn my back on the boy for one bleeding second and he loses his goddamn mind. I'm afraid he might try and do something reckless. Don't you think we should try and find him and offer hand lending? I'm rather more concerned about what will happen if the Grand Sirs attack, or worse, kill any of Hraesvelgur's brood. But first things first, I suppose. After, would you be so kind as to assist Mistress Nashu and Julianne in their search for the Inspector? I'll pay a visit to Archmagus Quan's abandoned abode in the meantime. Oh, and before you think to refuse, know that you need not fear for my safety. Let us just say that our singular experiences together have inured me to the harsh realities of, well, reality. Huh. Could it be the scrawny little shite's finally found his spine? Let's start by heading to Tailfeather. I reckon the Inspector probably went there first to ask after the Grand Sirs. So if we do the same, we should catch up with him eventually. Right then, I say we split up and make inquiries separately. If you learn anything about the Inspector, or the Grand Sirs, or Gigi, come and tell me. The Ishgardians with the mammoth. They were here, aye, proclaimed to all and sundry they were going to slay the greatest dragon of them all. Gods only know if the naive fools were serious. Three dragon slayers and a mammoth, eh? I'd call you a mummer if I hadn't seen them come through earlier, boasting about how they were off to kill the biggest one yet. Oh, those daft sods. They were for Anix Trine. Not sure what their intentions were, but they were awfully confident, that much I do recall. Oh, I see. So the Grand Sirs were headed for Anix Trine. And my dear boy wasn't far behind them either. What are we waiting for? Let's go, let's go! Poor, unfortunate soul, who bears a striking resemblance to Orland, is quite firmly embedded in the earth. Would you look at that? The Inspector sure gave him what for. That may be, but where'd the other two get to? Not to mention the mammoth. Why don't we pull him out and ask, though, having said that, it looks easier said than done. Oh, how silly of me. I'm sure you've got more than enough strength to yank him free right after. Nope. I'll be. He's wearing some sort of magic mask that makes him look just like the Inspector. Just like that man of 1,000 faces back in Uldar. No, that's Hildibrand, alright. There's no fooling a mother's eyes. I say, what troubles my beloved son gotten himself into this time? Why, hello there, Lord Godbert and Inspector Seer. Seer, how do you two end up travelling together? Blind fortune, you might say. I was too far from Tailfeather when night began to fall, but fortunately Lord Godbert chanced to find me wandering in the wilderness. Lord Edmont told me all about this recent trouble with the Grand Sirs, as well as Hildy's investigation, and a father cannot help but take an interest in his son's affairs, can he? As for me, I was eager to share with you my latest findings, namely Archmagus Quan's research notes. I haven't slept like that since I was buried in the Lich Yard. Well, well, I must confess no small measure of embarrassment to be found in such a state, having been so unceremoniously disposed of by the Grand Sirs. But ignominy notwithstanding, I am most grateful for your succour, and pleasantly surprised to be reunited with you all. This wouldn't have happened had you waited for us instead of... Wait, why in the hell's you still wearing that rubbish? An impenetrable disguise is essential when consorting with the criminal elements. Alas, 'twould seem the Grand Sirs have grown more perceptive in their newfound youth. Wait, do you mean they've already regained their youth? What about Gigi? Did you see him? Was he behaving strangely? Now that you mention it, his warm, soulful eyes were rather more pointy than I remember. By the Fury, not pointy. According to Archmagus Quan's notes, that's a sign Gigi's used too much magic. If he carries on like this, his ether will be expended and he'll end up naught more than an empty husk. This is terrible news. We must catch up to the Grand Sirs at once. Do you know where they were headed? All I heard was they were keen to slay dragons. They were bound for the Churning Mist, a place called Zenith, to kill a great worm named Nidhogg. Already dead. Really? That all happened, huh? I meant the other one. Hraesvelgr. Hraesvelgr? Fury, take me. What could they possibly hope to achieve? Wait. Ooh, I get a minion. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby ask you all to aid me in rescuing my son and putting a stop to the Grand Sir's machinations. You know, there's really no need for all that. We came because we wanted to help. I, Nashu, faithful assistant, maker of explosives extraordinaire, do hereby present to you this fresh change of clothing. Capital! I knew I could count on you, Nashu. I shall change en route. Come, my friends, to Zenith, and to Gigi. I will feed the beast after we finish this quest, and probably think about my own food. Make ready, my friends. The final battle with the Grand Sirs is at hand. Ugh, could see my wounds were more serious than I thought. I fear I'm in no condition to confront our foes. There's but one thing that could restore me to my former indomitable self. Don't you worry, I've got some salamander oil right here. Shall Mummy give her baby boy a massage? Oh, my dearest Mummy, Mother dearest, I would not impose upon you, not when my ever-loyal associate After stands ready to minister my muscles. Don't tell me you're embarrassed. Let Mummy take care of little Hildy's hurts. My dear wife, I know you mean well, but let After handle it. Theirs is a bond which transcends time and space and personal boundaries. If that's the way of it, I'm counting on you, After. So I now have to massage Hildibrand. Great. Let us brook no further delay. Come, my friend, coat my body in oil, as you have done many a time before. I've done it once. Why do you hesitate? Have we not done this time and time again? Oil me up, woman! Oh, how it soothes my aches and pains. Quickly now, knead it into my flesh. Knead as you have never kneaded before. Ah, such furious kneading. I applaud your enthusiasm, but mayhap I urged you to excessive force. Nay, you are in the right. Already the gentle warmth begins to spread throughout my body. The fires of righteousness burn anew in my breast. Hold, my son, though your passion is renewed, you may yet be spurred to greater height, greater feats of Mandevillian strength, derived from the purest essence of salamanders, the ancient legacy of House Mandeville. Salamanderville! To you, my beloved son, now become a proud father, I bequeath this most sacred of oils. Salamanderville? Could it be the legends were true? Your muscles shall shine with the brilliance of 1,000 suns. No mortal man will have the power to do you harm. Verily it is so, for by its grace did I once weather the slings and arrows of a bandit's horde, and bring my hammer of justice to bear upon their wicked heads. The time has come. Take this oil and help Hildy become the Mandeville man he was meant to be. Yeah, let's just oil him up again. Oh, the Salamanderville, how it flows into every nook and cranny. Quickly now, lay your hands upon me. Massage me with all your might. Oh, yes, that's the spirit. I can feel it building and rising. Oh, such passion, such fervor. I am the inferno unbounded, the tempest unleashed, but I have not yet begun to pose. Oh, I am a Manderville man. The Salamanderville is, my word, never felt so alive. Such vibrant colors, such intense sounds, such fragrant smells. Mother, father, after, 'twas your oils and your strong yet tender fingers which opened my eyes to the glory of creation. I am a gentleman inspector reborn. Onward, to zenith. No matter the laws of nature they pervert or the limits they break, the Grand Sirs can do naught to stop me. Why are they doing the Armageddon walk? I mean, that's very hard on your knees. Oh my god. He's young. He still has grey hair. Silver Fox. And she's actually pretty. Huh? Vivi! Gigi! No! Grand Sirs, I have come for my son! Oh, must we do this now? We have a dragon to slay. There's no need for any of this. The war is over! But not for long. The worm's death will give rise to a new era of fire and blood, and we, having consumed his eyes, will use our new powers to win untold glory on the battlefield. Our legends will echo in eternity. You would doom countless innocents for glory. No, I won't allow it. Over my dead body. Far be it from us to deny you, then. This is the end for you. The ultimate end. Hildy? Wait, what? Crystal Mommy? No. Oh, they're doing Knights of the Round. Wait, that was a heal. Interesting that it's still old Pixney, not young, as he would remember her. Have faith, my love. He is our son. Gigi, my beautiful boy, pray do not look on me with such pointy eyes. Let Papa Hildy take you home to our gazebo. Stop calling me that. My name is Vivi. Vivi. I remember everything. My powers, my purpose, my grandpapa Quan. I made them young again, but that is not enough. I need more, more. I need the worm's eyes, and then I can finally bring him back. I'm sorry, Gigi, but no, you cannot. Grandpapa Quan is gone. He's right, Gigi. Mayhap you could restore his corporeal form and breathe life into it, but his soul, what made him your grandpapa, is forever beyond your reach. That's not true. I can restore anything to its ideal form, to the way it should be, even Grandpapa Quan, even you, Papa Hildy. Please, Gigi, you have to stop. If you keep using your power, you'll die. It didn't work? Or it's because this is already his ideal. I don't understand. Your clothes are still dirty and tattered. As they should be, Gigi. For my every waking moment is as the gods intended. Every day I live life to the fullest. Every day I enjoy grand adventures. I found your grandpapa's research notes. What he gave you wasn't the power to make things the way they were. He gave you the power to change the world, to make things the way you yourself believed they should be. That's why your magics have no effect on the Inspector, because you know in your heart that this battered and bruised form of his is, in its own way, right. My thoughts exactly, Inquisitor Seer, and it is for this selfsame reason that you were unable to make Grandmaster Quan younger. In your heart, you knew there was naught that needed to be changed. Your beloved Grandpapa was exactly as he should be. Your every day was to be treasured and worthy of celebration. Then what about the Grandsires? Why was I able to make them young again? All you truly knew of them were the stories they told. Wondrous tales of daring do by heroes in the prime of their lives. It's no wonder you were able to envision them as such. That's all they ever talked about when they were young and free and full of fire. At first, Archmagus Quan didn't understand the true nature of your abilities. He struggled to deduce why you could not make him younger as he originally intended. Eventually, he realized that your fond memories of him were preventing you from conceiving him as anything but an elderly creator, and that the only way to achieve his goal would be to take them from you. But you were all he had left in the world. No longer a mere mammoth, but a friend, family, his only family, his grandson. He couldn't bear to lose you, so he renounced his quest for immortality. But I still lost my memories in the end. He was afraid of leaving you all alone in the world, afraid that others would attempt to take advantage of you and your magics. So before he died, he decided to take your memories from you after all, to protect you. But despite his best efforts, something remained. Something stronger and more powerful and more resilient than anything Archmagus Quan ever dared dream. You were never broken, Gigi. You were never abandoned. All he wanted was to set you free. Free? Free to do what? Whatever you like, Gigi. Don't you see? That was his final gift to you. A new life. A new story, all your own. This was all been very, very touching, but we're not getting any younger. Well, you aren't, at any rate. We've suffered your meddling long enough. I had intended to use this trap to kill the worm, but since you are so perfectly positioned... Oh.
Why are you following me?
Thank you, Devilish Ronin, for the following. I am Vivi, grandson of Archmagus Quan, and Gigi, son of Hildibrand, Heliodor, Maximilian, Mandeville. And they're old again. And sleepy. It's like it never happened. With the last of his strength, he turned back the hands of time. Not just for the pillars, but for all of us. He made us all as we once were. As we were meant to be. After all that gallivanting about, I get bugger all. What about my misspent youth? I was not meant to be this bloody old. Such a fine day. Never have I squatted with such perfect form. I may well have reached my physical peak. Ah, what rot. Act your age, you daft sod. You look foolish. You should be grateful. Gigi saw what you had become and gave you a second chance. That was our second chance. To relive our glory days. It was all rather silly though, wasn't it? Maybe Quan had the right of it. Maybe it's not so bad growing old. I was a coward when I was young. Now that I'm old, I'm not afraid to say things like, I love you, Doris. You're a blind, bloody fool, Gonspart. He's alive! I say, am I dead again? Quite alive, Inspector. Along with everyone else, thanks to Gigi. The Grand Sirs are also in our custody. Ha ha ha! That's my boy! Where is the little tyke anyway? Gigi embarked on a grand new adventure. He's no longer with us. I see. If that's what he wanted, then I could not be happier for him. I'm sure Archmagus Quan would feel the same way. What do we do now, Inspector? Is it not obvious, Nashu? The wide, wide world beckons to us, with the promise of mystery and wonder. We shall resume our never-ending quest for cases perplexing and profounding, and perhaps one day we shall meet young Gigi again. I hate to admit it, this whole mess has got me thinking that maybe it wouldn't be so bad if I really did have a grandson. You did right by Gigi, Hildy. Your father and I can see that. We're proud of the man you've become. And I'm proud of you too, Mother, for finally coming to terms with the ephemeral nature of physical beauty and allowing yourself to age gracefully. Yeah, that's not what you say. Oh God! Gracefully, was it? Hildibrand, blasting off again! I fear we may have had a failure to communicate! Jesus. There he goes again! Wait for me, Inspector! Wait! Hark! What is that curious light I spy in the far eastern skies? And this oh so familiar scent which fills my nostrils? Do I smell a case? Worry not for me, my friends, forever the wronged want for succor, I, Hildibrand, shall be there. Till we meet again! How is Shadowbringers Hildibrand gonna resolve? I mean, we're gonna find out in not too long. Probably not today, but not too long. But yeah, I don't know how that's gonna work. I like how Godbert has just acquired all the weapons. I say, you do know that so long as the core remains intact, little Gigi's not actually dead. Eh? That's right, so dry your tears, boy. There's no need for all this moping about. He's fallen into a dormant state because he used up all his ether. His core will gradually recharge as it draws upon the ambient ether, and in time he'll awaken from his torpor. I shall tend to the child for now. As for these three, I should be glad to take them back to Ishgard in your stead. A most generous offer, my lord, but hardly necessary. After all, 'tis my duty to bring them to justice. Oh yes, it was my duty. After everything I said to that young Inquisitor, I can't go back to Ishgard. They'll toss me in a jail and throw away the key if they don't kill me outright. So go to Idleshire and live in Hildy's gazebo. Someone ought to look after it while he's away, no? That doesn't sound all that bad, actually. All glad am I to accept your offer. suppose there's nothing for it but to wait until he comes back down. 'Twas a most graceful strike, my love. You haven't lost your touch? I suppose there's nothing for it but to leave the Grand Sirs to Lord Godbert, and for me to see to Inspector Hildibrand's gazebo. I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. If you find yourself in Idleshire, come see me. There are a few arrangements I need to make, but I can't imagine it will take that long for me to settle in. Thank you, my friend. Until we meet again. Looking back on the course I've run, it's hard not to think of the man I was and feel ashamed. Before I took on this case, I had only left the capital a handful of times. The rubbish I believed, the facts I considered unassailable. Fury take me, what a fool I was. If I hadn't met you and the Inspector and Gigi, I would never have realised how much I had come to hate my job, nor would I have discovered how much more satisfying it is to seek out the truth. The whole truth. One might say that getting labelled a heretic and having to flee Ishgard's the best thing that could have happened to me. After all, now I'm free to start a new life here in Idleshire as a consulting inspector. But enough of that. There's someone I'd like you to meet. Lord Godbert made some modifications, as you can see. His smaller size should allow him to absorb ether more effectively over time. We thought that if he were to travel with you and share in your grand adventures, that maybe it would hasten his reawakening. Thank you, my friend. I do hope our paths cross again someday. May the Fury bless you and keep you. I like that the artwork stays on the house. Aww. Hildibrand will return? That is what you are. GG. 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 Okay. What I am gonna do is end the stream here because I need to feed Nyx and sort out some dinner for myself. But then, depending on how I'm feeling afterwards, I might come back on and do Stormblood's Hildibrand quests. And then that would probably be it for today, but that would just mean that tomorrow we would just need to do... Oh, there aren't any for Shadowbringers. Oh. There aren't any Hildibrand quests in Shadowbringers. That does make sense, because how the fuck would he get over to the first? But still. So yeah, I've just got to get through Stormblood and Endwalker's quests. And then we can unlock the thingy. Endwalker trials. Not trials, Endwalker relics. Yeah. So yeah, I'll go and sort out food for me and the little beastie, and I might be back on a bit later. I might not. If I'm not, I will be back on tomorrow. Although tomorrow we do have a DRS run as well. There's a newbie run starting at 1 PM. So yeah, I need to bear that in mind. Yeah, thank you very much for watching, and I might catch you later, or I'll catch you in the next one. Have a good one. Later.